Can you do me a favor in the audience and stand up if during the time of the COVID pandemic, you were called a racist for calling the virus a Wuhan virus or the China virus? If you thought the 6-foot rule was total crap, if you thought the vaccine wasn't something that you should take, if you thought it was outrageous the way the mask policy was rolled out, if you were fired from your job for not taking that vaccine, including members of the military, if you thought closing schools was catastrophically stupid, and that you thought that during these times saying these things made you somehow a lesser human being. Dr. Fauci, can you just turn around and look at the people behind you? You're not willing to do that? That's not a question. It's not a question. To your lawyers, not a question. It's a request. All you have to do is look up from your lawyers and look at the people who were absolutely shamed for saying what we know now to be the truth. You can't even look at them? That's a question. Are you able to look at them?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta Jardula, Jay Scott. Episode 205, No Consequences. And an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
There we go. Welcome, everybody. It's the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. We welcome everybody into this space, this non-tribal space, non-tribal approach to news, really a non-tribal approach to life. That's what we're doing here. We're here twice a week, all afternoon, Tuesdays, Thursdays. And just, want to give a shout out to those of you guys that have been on board with what we're doing, have shown so much love and support on our different platforms, Rumble, the YouTube channel. It's been a roller coaster, ups and downs, mostly ups actually because of you. So just want to give you guys a shout out, a thank you. And the super chatting and the Rumble ranting and the sharing out. I don't want to take away from that. The sharing out is really important. Also on Twitter, it's been really great to see the interactions, the engagement that goes beyond what we ever thought would even happen. And when that happens, when you guys play that role for us, you connect us, you connect in yourselves as well. You connect everybody around you. That's how it works. It's like, it's contagious, right? Thoughts are contagious. Conversations are contagious. And what we're doing here, it does resonate. It certainly resonates. And I think that, there'd be obviously more people if there weren't things in play to prevent that. So this is what we're fighting. This is the whole point. We're fighting the algorithms that are worked against us, the shadow banning, it goes to as far as termination letters, which we've had, and we had our YouTube channel terminated for having conversations. It's literally why we lost the first YouTube channel. That's what Google told us. They said, your conversations are too dangerous for our community. We have to get the community safe. So what does that mean? Keep the community safe from thought, from ideas, from new ideas. Somebody said something that goes against the thing I was told to think. And I was also told that not only am I supposed to dislike them and hate them, stay away from me, but if you get 6 feet or closer to me, right? 6 feet or closer, you could do some serious damage to me because I'm a fragile little glass house. That's actually what they trained us to think about ourselves, that we are fragile. We can't take engagement with someone with a different idea. It's actually the opposite. It's not only that we can take it. It's not only that, we can take the hits. We'll survive it. We actually get stronger from it. What do you know? What an interesting idea. What a new thought to have, that that a human being engaging with another human being with ideas that they didn't have going into that engagement can actually strengthen who you are. It doesn't mean we're going for winning arguments or winning fights. That's not what this is about. It's about going for understanding. And when we all go for understanding, we come out stronger. Not oh, we barely got through that. I almost ended up in the hospital, a mental breakdown because somebody who voted for somebody else that I did. Oh my God. So no, we're stronger from it. And that's why we're here. That's why we do this. We get stronger together, and we fight on behalf of the same principles, right? Of protecting humanity. We talk life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We want to embrace that every day. The pursuit of happiness. This can only be done if we have access to our rights, particularly the First Amendment, freedom of free speech, freedom of press, freedom to not be punished for ideas and not be made examples of. So we talk about these things, the endless wars, the pharma corruption. We're calling today's show No Consequences. And that's not meant to be, Debbie Downer. But this is a reality too, that as we're fighting to preserve truth and justice and humanity, part of that justice we're fighting for doesn't exist right now. And it doesn't exist because that's by design. The No Consequences is an assessment of the powerful billionaire class, the Epstein class. If you guys saw the thumbnail, we're talking about all of the billionaire Epstein pedophile protectors, warmongering psychopaths. They don't have to serve any consequences. And we see that every day. So look, we have these moments. We're going to get into the Fauci hearings. There's some great moments in there, but ultimately we're going to tell you, spoiler alert, Fauci's not going to jail. It's not going to happen. And none of the Epstein people called out are going to jail. Bill Gates should be in jail. He's not. There's a reason. Small guys on the food chain can take the hit. They can go to jail. Those are the people that will go to jail. So with that said, let's just make sure we're all good to go on the different platforms. Yes, it looks like we're starting to get going. I feel like we are having to. We kind of dove willingly into the lion's den here today with just the COVID discussion right up front. So we're going to see a little shadow banning today. So please, guys, we need some extra help on you, especially on YouTube. Rumble's getting a little hard start right now, but we always, we'll pick up some steam. We'll be here for a while, guys. So let's get into it. But let's actually first, I just want to give a one more shout out here. Actually, yes, this is important. So we did a Twitter space yesterday, and I just want to give a shout out to any of the new followers. If you're watching us on Twitter right now, really appreciate it. It was an excellent discussion. It went a lot longer than I thought, but hey, we got this is the thing. You guys can click on my Twitter at Matt Weinglass if you want to hear any of the replay. Apparently, it actually went after I left. It went another couple hours. So this thing was intense. We had some great conversations. I want to thank the hosts again, Ian Malcolm and Leon, just doing such an excellent job of hosting this and keeping the conversation moving it forward and worthwhile the whole way. So I just want to I appreciate that. And yeah, go ahead and listen to the replay of any part. But we actually great some people dropping in that I was just like, man, this is great. I think Shadow of Ezra showed up. There were some others. It was just really cool to be in that space. So just giving that shout out. One more shout out we have to do. We had a Rumble rant at the end of Tuesday, and it unfortunately got lost in the dust. So I want to give a shout out, and she's a regular viewer on Rumble. So this is from Mary Ploppins. This was from Tuesday. County Council member Heather Kimball in Hawaii is trying to tax farmers off their land to the tune of $50,000. Please get her opponent, Ren Del Rosario, on the show. we will do that. We will reach out on the website. We will see if we can have this discussion. We're very big on local politics and any sort of activism you guys are doing locally. It's totally cool to reach out and figure out a way we can have that discussion. So we'll definitely look into that for you, Mary. Thanks for that. And apologies we didn't get that up on Tuesday as we were ending the show. Okay. With that said, I think it's time we can start with the first story, and we're going to get right to it on the Fauci hearings. So without further ado, let's get into this, because the thing about these hearings is, and there's people that have been paying attention, right? There's people that are over optimistic, that think this is the moment of truth. Fauci's going away in handcuffs. We happen to be a lot more skeptical. Obviously, you guys know, watch our show. We tend to lean on the side of there is a lot of theater to this, and we know that Rand Paul and Ron Johnson, Senator Ron Johnson. These are the two. They've been very brave and courageous, and I got to say consistent with their critique throughout COVID. And they're only really the most vocal that we have seen in the entire Congress. Obviously, no Democrats have been even up to any sort of discussion. In fact, most of them have been blockading discussion and protecting pharma the whole way, protecting Fauci, protecting Gates, protecting Pfizer. And we know that Trump is doing his part right now of protecting those same entities. So there really isn't too much as far as the pushback. So with that said, we kind of forget that there's another category in play, and that's the left side, where you have people that chose not, for whatever reason, chose not to pay attention to any of this. They wanted to kind of put COVID in the rearview mirror. And then so they're turning on CNN. And we thought this is interesting. This was CNN's update or intro right before the hearing started. And it's interesting the way they kind of present the argument with no interest in actually talking about the real issue. And you guys know what we're talking about. Let's see how CNN presents it to its I guess 3 viewers left that are watching that network. I don't know, something 3 or 4, maybe 5. But yeah, this is their take on it.
Let's just turn for 1 second to the fact that Republican Senator Rand Paul is slamming Kentucky Democratic Governor Andy Beshear. Beshear has called on the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, to investigate the health condition of former Majority Leader, Senator from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell. He's calling it a campaign ploy. Rand Paul is calling it a campaign ploy because Beshear might be running for president. But I do think that there are some serious questions about where Mitch McConnell is, and they've now posted the second photo. But I don't know if they know this, but the photo, the camera function on your phone actually also has a video function. So if Mitch McConnell wanted to say something instead of just smiling in a different shirt, he could.
And he can text it to you.
He could also
right, and I'm sure there's producers that can reach out to him and see if he can do a live interview.
We just went through this in 2024, and not as bad as this. But
I mean, Joe Biden was not in the hospital.
No, I said not as bad.
No, I know, but
I'm just saying this idea
it was bad still.
of like transparency and height.
Yes.
Like, what would you tell the McConnell people?
Just keep doing what you're doing. That's what I would tell them. Look, he's going to miss Fancy Farm, which for him is a huge deal on Saturday. I mean,
That's a big Kentucky thing.
Oh, it's a huge Kentucky thing. It's actually where he got the start to his political career in 1984. Not that I'm going to go
It's like Roger Goodell missing the NFL draft. It's like you don't do it.
It is. You don't do it. And for him, this is a big thing. So, yes, is Mitch McConnell under the weather? Yes, he is. But does that raise to, which is really your question about the...
Okay, so we need to back up on this and realize that the wrong clip was played here. Okay, so let's do this. Give me 1 second here because I was being bombarded with some urgent text. So let me just reset this. I want to grab the actual clip here. So give me 1 second, guys. We're gonna play this thing. We'll play this thing, the one that was supposed to be played. So and you guys know what we do. We will edit this in post for when we upload this. So let's go ahead and grab the actual clip we were trying to play, and we'll go from there. Hold on 1 second, guys. This is yeah, sometimes we got to do a little bit of on the spot maneuvering. Okay. I think we got it now. This is the clip, and we'll cut it back from here. This is the actual one. Sometimes they get a little mixed up, but this is the one we wanted to show you, the lead-in from CNN on this Senate hearing. Okay, here we go. We are all queued up.
Rob does not feel that way.
Yeah, no, you can probably tell that I don't. I mean, I think that there will be fireworks today. I agree with you on that point. But it's the role of Congress, in this case, Senator Rand Paul, to have oversight and hold this government employee, former government employee, who was paid $400,000 a year with our tax dollars and who lied to the American people repeatedly about the origin of COVID. I mean, he talked about
But Rob, respectfully, how do you know that? And we agree,
because it's in the diary.
here's what we agree on. We agree that the legislative branch is supposed to have oversight and accountability to the executive branch. We agree with that. So where's the accountability for the screwworm? Where's the accountability for all these recalls we see every single day and the lack thereof from the current leaders of our government? You do not see that, but you want to focus on someone who's no longer in the government?
I'm a big champion of the Article 1 authority of Congress, so don't we can go down that path. I think Congress should exert more authority when it comes to oversight, or whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. But I think what is important today, and the reason that it's relevant, is this might not be the last time that the United States finds itself in a situation where we have a global pandemic. And holding that person accountable, getting answers, holding the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, accountable for what its role was. And then think about all of the losses that our country experienced, not only in terms of jobs, but the schooling. I mean, I have kids that affect my family's life profoundly.
Can someone remind me who was in charge when we were going through the COVID-19 pandemic? Because I think sometimes that gets lost in the conversation. Who was the president?
Apparently, Anthony Fauci thought he was.
Well, who was in charge? Who was the president?
So I want to, because I know you two could go on all day, and I do enjoy it. Don't get me wrong. But Eleanor, when we look at this,
So what's going on there is they're pretending to have the conversation that people think that is being had, which is not that. This is not about Fauci. And we talked about this on the last episode, the egotistical Fauci that wants to, the narcissistic Fauci that wants to control everything. This is not about, and the focus on gain of function. This is not, this is so big, much bigger than that. And CNN is not going to get in to those issues. So why don't we go ahead right now and get into the start of this thing, and we're going to see the tone that Rand Paul sets for the room moving forward, and you're going to see Fauci's behavior and his mannerisms, because we can see this is probably the most uncomfortable he's ever been, and this is not his first a standoff with Rand Paul, but from our vantage point, this is certainly one of the best ones we've seen. So, and this is because he's being put into this corner. And so this is a good thing. It's good to see this, but keep in mind, nothing legal is going to come out of this. There's definitely a showmanship to this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The accusation that the committee has denied access to the minority to records is categorically false. This is the most transparent investigation in the history of Congress. We actually created a website, and we put all of the information on the website. It continues to operate. The reason it hasn't been accessed is no Democrat ever signed up for it. Not one Democrat. We told them the access. They never asked for the access code. They haven't been on the website because they have not cared about the investigation. It's a practice of this committee to swear in the witness. Dr. Fauci, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Dr. Anthony Fauci, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, Member Peters, members of the committee, I served at the NIH for over 54 years, 38 of those as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Over that period, I proved that I believe in and respect the value of legitimate congressional oversight. In fact, I testified before and or briefed Senate and House Senate and House committees well over 200 times over those 38 years. During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews, answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me, and recently his publicly releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me, the only conclusion I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything, that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote, behind bars, unquote. Any reasonable person who has followed his unhinged obsession with me would readily come to the same conclusion. Therefore, although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions. Thank you.
We will now begin a round of questioning. Dr. Fauci, your testimony today is compelled by a lawful subpoena. As you know, it's a crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 to knowingly make a material false statement to Congress, with a penalty up to 5 years of imprisonment. Understanding that you are under oath, the American people would like to understand your reasoning, your rationale for why you chose to fund the research in Wuhan. There have been, intelligence agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the DOE, have all come to the conclusion that more likely than not, the virus came from the lab in Wuhan. And so we'd like to know, what was the rationale? What was the discussion? How, what went behind the decision to fund the research in Wuhan? How did you come to the conclusion that a totalitarian country would be capable of doing this in a BSL-2 lab, a lab that lacked the security? What was the reasoning? And are you sorry, basically, for making the decision? Would you, given another chance, say, well, gosh, circumstances now, as I know it, maybe it wasn't a wise thing. Can you explain to the committee why you chose to fund this dangerous research in China?
So anybody paying attention to up till here would notice that obviously it's Fauci that prepared a victim card that he played right off the bat and blamed this specifically on Rand Paul, like it's some sort of vendetta against him personally or some sort of ego problem from Rand Paul. That's his angle. That's what his lawyers came up with. And this whole, we're going to be saying the Fifth Amendment the whole time. That's the strategy. And so Rand Paul, understanding that strategy, is presenting the most, I would say, the most direct and thoughtful, curious question you could even start this thing with. And there's 1,000 more questions to ask. And we always get hung up on the fact that we spend too much time on gain of function. That's such a I don't want to say distraction, because it does start the thing off. It shows you how the playing field got set up. But when we stick there and we don't go anywhere else, we don't talk about the COVID policies and the lockdowns and the school closures, and they're going to get to all that later. So that's great. So that's the order. You want to do it in that order. You want to start with gain of function, go from there. But the tone and the presentation of Rand Paul, anybody paying attention and watching this is going to understand that this is the good actor in this, and the bad actor is the one playing victim card. As we've seen in other, we know that, right? We know that with the Zionist thing. We know that it's the woe is me, you must just have a personal thing against me, and then that's how you don't have to answer any questions. And literally in this case, he's taking his lawyer's advice to not answer any questions. And we'll find out later that might not actually be legal for him, actually. So we'll find that part out in a little bit. But that's, yeah, but Rand Paul sets the stage very nicely here. I mentioned to you guys about Ron Johnson. He's also been the one that's consistent with presenting this information, presenting the problems with not just the COVID policies and the way it was dishonestly presented to the people, but also representing the vaccine injured and all the people that were victims of Fauci, of these policies, of all the people above Fauci. So it's a big amount of people. Of the reason, and we've talked about this on the show before, the reason these two can get away with this is because they do tend to focus in on particularly blaming the Biden administration in those very specific 4 years, and they don't look at what happened before that, and they're certainly not looking at what's happening right now. And so that's part of the angling of the Republicans versus the Democrats, and that's really the only way they can get away with this. But don't get me wrong here. We like the fact that at least those 4 years are being criticized, but that's the extent of it when it comes to Ron Johnson. But let's look at Ron Johnson and his opportunity here that was created to stick it to Fauci, and this needs to happen. This is an important thing. And again, it's just getting the conversation going. And those 4 viewers on CNN that happen to maybe tune this in might be going, "Huh, that's just interesting." Maybe, who knows? Maybe they'll start asking questions about even their role in how they played, to how they chose to play themselves and their relationships throughout COVID.
No evidence. There's no evidence that ivermectin is helpful. On that exact same day, and I've got the studies right here. There was a website that was tracking the random controlled studies. Here they are, showing 60-70% efficacy of ivermectin. The same day you say there's no evidence, there was all kinds of evidence. Loved ones had to go to hospitals, had to sue hospitals. Just, would you try it? So I would want to know, to what extent were you involved in sabotaging hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and did you do that because you knew the only way you get emergency use authorization for these drugs, these experimental gene therapy, was if there was no effective treatment, you couldn't get the emergency use authorization. So is that why you helped sabotage these cheap generic drugs in favor of remdesivir, which, by the way, nurses, are you aware of the fact that nurses called it "run, death is near"?
Look at this guy's face. Look at this guy. I mean, he is definitely, I would say, to say deer in headlights is putting it mildly. But he certainly doesn't want to be in this predicament because it looks bad. I think he might know he's not going to go away in handcuffs. That's not a thing. But it doesn't look good. And even if there's 3 or 4 CNN people watching this or MSNBC people that didn't know this, we knew this. This isn't like some big discovery that there was to get the emergency use authorization, you needed to have 4 things happen. One of those things was there couldn't be any other alternate treatment that worked. So of course they're gonna get rid of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. So this is like easy, COVID propaganda 101. But saying this right to his face, and maybe a few people watching that didn't know. They were told ivermectin was a horse paste, and they thought Joe Rogan's skin turned yellow, and that QAnon people take it and all that. So this is the face that Fauci's making. It says a lot. It says a lot. He's like, he can't. His lawyer says the lawyers say he's not allowed to answer, right? But just having that stare of, no, this is exactly why you did it. It's pretty cut and dry. There's no other reason you would get rid of a drug with no patent that couldn't make pharma any money, that actually helped people at every stage of COVID, from preventative to treatment. And now we know it helps with a lot of vaccine injuries as well. It also helps with cancer treatments. There's so many uses for ivermectin. He knows that. We all know that. The only people that don't know that are the people that are still going with that narrative that King Fauci, King Science can't do no wrong. And hopefully there's less and less of those people because of this hearing. Hopefully just a few more people going, wow, this guy's a piece of shit. Then at least that was accomplished. That's all. So let's hear the answer. Here we go.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment.
And that's the problem, though, is that it's not exactly his rights under the First Amendment. And Rand Paul will come back and tell you this near the end when he's going to give Fauci one last try to answer a question. And he's going to tell him why this is probably not a good idea that he ends the day like this. And he's going to explain why.
To give you one more opportunity to comply with the law, limited to the period of your pardon, at any point between January 1st, 2014 and January 19th, 2025, did you destroy any federal record or tell anyone else to?
Under the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Given that you have a unlimited presidential pardon, what is your specific objection that you are making?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
My question was limited to the period of your pardon only. I find your objection unsupported and direct you to answer the question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Because you refuse to answer, citing a privilege that is unsupported because of your pardon, and after being denied to do so, this committee has scheduled a vote next week on a resolution certifying your contempt.
That's what he's talking about, is that you are under a pardon. So you don't get to do the Fifth Amendment because you have nothing to protect yourself from. So that's where there will be a vote. This is in a week. So we're going to see how that vote, I'm not sure who gets to vote in that and what that, but if there's even a chance that you can find Fauci in contempt because he's misusing. I don't know if any of the lawyers brought this up in his little team huddle the night before, but he is misusing his right of the Fifth Amendment when he has a full pardon. A full pardon. Does he think he's going to lose that pardon because mean old Trump is in there and he's trying to undo the bad stuff that Biden did? Well, you don't got to worry about that because Trump made it perfectly clear that everything Biden did is totally cool with him. And if you guys haven't noticed that by now in like everything, whether it's Israel, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's censorship, lockdowns, domestic terrorism, Americans committing domestic terrorism, whether it's, deplatforming, whatever. I mean, the list is so long. Trump is literally following Biden, and especially in pharma, especially elevating these pharma companies, merging food and drug companies together, getting rid of any sort of liabilities, billions of dollars. We just had another $1 billion given to Pfizer by RFK Jr. So you think this pardon has any chance of being removed, even with the auto pen discussion? So that's not going to happen. Here's Trump telling you it's not going to happen. Fauci is good. He has nothing to worry about.
The only thing you can really think about is the auto pen because the most powerful thing a president has, they say, is the power of pardon. So he was pardoned by Biden, and I respect that. I know how powerful it is. It's a very powerful, they say it's literally the most powerful thing a president has. Now, whether or not I sign my things directly, almost everything I sign directly. You're witness to many of them. He signed very few. The only thing I know that he signed was Hunter Biden's pardon, but I'm not sure that he signed, he probably didn't sign this one. So I can't tell you what the law is. I've heard that you have to have a lot of proof. You need to have letters. You need to have all sorts of things that the person...
I can't tell you what the law is. I can only tell you what my handlers told me, and that is Fauci's good. Fauci's good. So that's it. I'm just going to let that be. and that's it.
Operating the auto pen has to know exactly what it's all about. He didn't know what it was about because I saw him testify. So maybe there's something on the auto pen. Other than that, the power of pardon is very powerful.
The power of pardon is very powerful, and you can do it for however long. Retroactively, you can just make up a number. And Biden made up a number. He made up a really random number when he pardoned his son and Fauci. He did it at the same time. And that number was 11. 11. What's the significance of 11? Let's do the math. 11 years, retroactive pardon. Anything you've done in that 11 years. So that would be, let's see, January of 2025. That's the pardon, the last thing that Biden did on his way out. So let's do the math. Minus 11 years. So the entire 11 years from January 2025. Oh my God. Are we at January 2014? Is that where we got to? That's exactly where we got to. That's Joe Biden's son, Hunter, and Fauci having total pardon immunity. No questions asked. You can't plead the fifth when no questions are going to be asked about anything. If you're asking a question about those 11 years, you can't plead the fifth, mother effer. You can't do that. So those 11 years is exactly the time, January 2014, when the Ukraine proxy war was implemented, in the sense that you had Burisma and these companies, these biolabs being sent out, the Vice President Biden setting up these accounts, Hunter Biden being on these boards, funneling money, the Azov Battalion getting them money, upping the neo-Nazi army militia there, bombing the Donbass, all this stuff. You're setting up biolabs. Fauci is directly involved with that, as is Bill Gates and all the other pharma shells. So no questions asked for 11 years, because everyone likes that. Everybody likes fun numbers like 11. So there we are. So conversations are important. We'll give you that, and that's good. I like these moments, but legally they've covered their ass, and Trump is right on board with the exact same deep state that he claimed he was fighting against. He's taking pecking orders from top down. Nothing's going to happen with Fauci. No one's going to jail. But it is fun to watch this, I have to say. I'll give him that. All right, let's get on, guys. We got to move on with the show here, because we got a lot to pack in here. And I want to just go ahead right away. We'll just go ahead and bring in our first co-host today, because it's been a little while. So let's catch up with him right now. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Craig Pasta Jardula.
What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. Good. How are you?
Good. I got a lot of things to say. So, yeah, I think that last time we did our show, and by the way, I mentioned on air last night, if anybody doesn't know, I do the drive time show Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. And obviously we've been having some conversations with, about COVID a decent amount. And that's different. That's my channel, right? I can do what I want.
Sure.
I have no bosses, whatnot. But on Wednesdays, I do that show live in New York, and that's a Pacifica radio station. And that is pretty much Democratic Party chairs, the boards in San Francisco, the Democratic Party affiliates pretty much run that, that whole situation. So I'm kind of considered enemy number one over there, right? You know what I mean? Like, they'll never put a conservative on, but I'm the most they'll put on, a populist left guy. They didn't like my views on COVID. Gary Null was on that channel, and Gary Null was one of the few leftists. I think it was, me, Kim Iverson, Fiorella, Johnny, obviously us at the Convo Couch, at the time. Gary Null was one of them. Very few leftists considered anti-imperialist, that mentality, that push back against what was going on in COVID. And as a matter of fact, I was thrown off the Medicare for All march by the local activist in California, even though they had a main central activist running it, like a central entity, and they split things off to a little. I don't know if you remember that Medicare for All march they had all over the place, somebody tried to put it together, and they got me thrown off the stage because of my beliefs on COVID. But coming back, I mentioned the other day, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna let it rip, and I took the chains off. Who let the dog out? I went running in that yard, man. And some of the callers, one of the callers, and this craziness about, oh my God, poor Mr. Fauci. You know, the way these people on the synthetic left, the Democratic Party voters that are still kind of carrying this rhetoric and believing this stuff. And I mentioned in the beginning of the show that I'll be doing a show with Ron Pacone, Layla Charles, and my good friend Matt Weinglass from the Homeless Left to the people of New York about talking about COVID from the left. That's it. I had enough. I'm going to be unapologetic. You know, I was trying to find an avenue in which we can probably get people to wake up to what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? I'll say this from the get-go. Of course, I don't like Dr. Fauci. I'd like to see him rot in the prison. I don't think that's going to happen. I think you are very
agree on that.
correct on this, right? And I do think this goes higher than him. You know, I think this is bigger than Dr. Fauci. I don't think he was a lone wolf. When he does pass away, or maybe they might say they're going to convict him or put him in jail right before he's about to pass, and then he'll pass and he'll never spend time in jail. But people will be like, at least we got our man. You know what I'm saying? I'm very afraid of that myself because I don't want this guy to be the fall guy. You know, there are many things out there, and I do believe this was his humiliation ritual because these global elites, right? Whatever you want to call them, right? You know, these people who practice, like Samuel Bankman-Fried's parents, I think it was called effective altruism, where they think they're the ones, the leaders, whatnot, right? They look at all of us as useless eaters and parasites, and they want to get rid of a lot of us.
Yeah,
you know,
the
and I
useless
believe
class,
COVID was
right?
all about
Yeah.
that. You know, this is his humiliation ritual, but he's not going to go to jail for anything. I do hope, when you were saying the 5-6 people who do wake up, and I do believe there is people on the left who are waking up to it. They're being silent. We're just hearing the voices of those who are digging their heels in tighter. But I do hope, Matt, that people do wake up to what's going on, because they have to understand that there is this small cabal that wants to kill us, doesn't care about us. And COVID, there was so much evidence that this was something bigger planned beyond, you know, just Dr. Fauci making money and a virus getting out. This was like, you know, we had the lockstep document, which talked about this years ago. We had Donald Trump's, and I have it over here. I can share it when you want. The executive order that this clown signed in in 2019, I think in September 2019, which pretty much laid the groundwork for them releasing and rolling out this vaccine and covered their ass. It's crazy. To Xavier Becerra. Remember when we were in Chicago and all the DNC thugs went around you because you're the tall guy? So me and Wyatt slipped through. Yeah. But Xavier Becerra, who happened to be the HHS secretary for Biden. So Donald Trump got the CARES Act signed. Biden takes over. HHS secretary, Health and Human Services, that secretary determines who gets the money. They're pretty much the big pharma's ATM. Well, Xavier Becerra got that role, and guess who's going to be your governor now?
Oh yeah, well,
job well done, Maddie.
Yeah, hand selected.
Job well done.
Yeah, you get your prize, right?
Yep.
You did everything you had to do.
There's
I think
he
was pushing. Wasn't he pushing monkeypox back when we ran into him?
Right.
And we're like, I don't know if that one had any legs, but they keep trying to imitate COVID, right? They can't seem to get it as good as the original, right? It's like a franchise where you're like, Can we get they keep whipping out sequels, and they're like, oh, we can't seem to get that you know, how well that first one was and all the awards they received off the first one. But speaking of the first one, right, the classic, COVID is the classic. We'll go ahead and put this up, this executive order, because the timeline is important. Pasta, the timeline, of course, is important. So people don't know, and that maybe they're paying attention for the first time. They need to know that this happened. So yeah, walk it through for us.
So this is the modernizing influenza vaccines in the United States to promote national security and public health.
And what's the date on that? What's the date on that?
2019.
Oh,
September 24th.
Oh, wow.
2019.
Wow, look at that.
But please tell me Donald Trump is against the, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. And what this did was pretty much set the standards for, it says right here, influenza viruses are constantly changing as they circulate globally in humans and animals. Relatively minor changes in these viruses cause annual seasonal influenza outbreaks, which results in millions of illnesses, hundreds and thousands of hospitalizations, tens of thousands of deaths each year by the United States. It goes into describe it, and it says vaccination is the most effective defense against influenza. This is Donald Trump's executive order, guys. All influenza vaccines presently in use have been developed for circulating or anticipated influenza viruses. The current domestic enterprise for manufacturing influenza vaccines has critical shortcomings. And they start talking about the process. This was so they can get by everything, Matt, and get these things out in warp speed time. It is the policy, and this is Section 2, of the United States to modernize the domestic influenza vaccine enterprise to be highly responsive, flexible, scalable, and more effective at preventing the spread of influenza viruses. So now he creates this way of, okay, we're going to shorten the time in which we can make these things emergency use authorization, which they still are, right? You can't sue the vaccine companies. You can't sue Pfizer or Moderna, and you couldn't sue Johnson & Johnson. But this is the great one right here. This is where it just tells you everything. In Section 3, the National Influenza Vaccine Task Force. There is hereby established a National Influenza Vaccine Task Force. The task force shall identify actions to achieve the objectives of identified in Section 2 of this order and monitor and report the implementation and results of those actions. Now, here's the great thing. Look who the task force includes. Look at number 1, the DOD. Why would the Department of Defense need to be part of a vaccine task force? The Department of Justice, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Veteran Affairs, the Department of Homeland Security, the United States Food and Drug Administration, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the NIH, Centers of Medicare and Medicaid Services, and the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, BARDA, which is pretty much connected to DARPA, I believe. Matthew, something doesn't seem right over here, and it seems like they were setting the table. That was in September 2019. Guess what happened in December 2020? And guess what was able to play out? Don't fucking tell me that Donald Trump is not a player in this whole situation. And this is exactly why what you were just talking before I came on. While nothing will ever happen, this is a humiliation ritual for Dr. Fauci because he's part of that effective altruism clan that thinks they're better than us. They think we're freaking lab rats. They're all in on this shit together. And yes, I'd like to go see that guy sit and rot in the cell. But guess what? This is bigger than him. Yeah. People need to take their head out of their ass and realize what's going on. Because if we don't understand the system, it's like what you talk about all the time. It's not a Democrat or Republican. It's the fucking system. Yeah. And until we recognize it's the system, we are flying dark because it was just one lie after another lie after another lie after another lie. I call it the great sins of COVID. There are so many of them out there, and you can pick your fun one. You know, whether it's the changing of natural immunity and the definitions of vaccines by the CDC, whether it's the PCR test, which they knew gave you false positives, whether it's the fact they said that they didn't tell you that asymptomatic didn't spread the virus and the disease. There are so many areas to choose from. This, they showed their true asses and everything. And it's also sad because you know what that person said to me on the phone yesterday? I had one caller. I can't believe this conversation's happening like this. We didn't know. We did. Why are they picking on Fauci? When you start asking them the questions, they keep saying, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. No, you choose to not know at this point. Yeah. Sorry for rambling on.
No, all that's important. I do think that this also, you know, at the same time, we're conflicted on the fact that it's nice to have these moments that we're seeing from like a hearing like this. And it's nice if even like we said, a handful of people are able to go, oh shit, I didn't know this. And that's good, but they're not getting deep enough. We're not getting to that place of who were you working for? And we know that he was involved in these meetings with NATO and the CIA and all these different factions that were off the record that Fauci had come in and out of, that had to take his pecking orders throughout the entire process. And we know about Event 201, and you just know that that's not going to be mentioned at all in this hearing. And I, you know, even if you present it like this, okay, Rand Paul, Ron Johnson, they only have so much time with the guy. you can't go down a rabbit hole of 201. If you have a chance to bring in vaccine injured people and confront him with those, that's a moment. Let's look at that. Or people that their family members were shamed and bullied and fired and lives overhauled because of Fauci and then obviously the people that worked above him. But those moments are okay. That I think it's good to take those moments, but we have to be humble enough to know that it's going to stop there. And then I think it's your job and my job to continue educating people that are now new at this. They're seeing the outer surface of it, and they're curious now, and that's good. And then we can take them on to the next stuff and pull up these documents like you did, and we can pull up the stuff from the Epstein files, the pandemic preparation seminars that were being planned in 2015, and we can look at the mRNA investment from Bill Gates, and there's so many thing after thing after thing. And I don't want you to be discouraged, Pasta, when you attempted something very, very brave and obviously well-meaning, because you were talking about, and at the opening of this segment, you were talking about us sitting down, like lefties sitting down with other lefties and trying to find something there that we can start a conversation with. And it seems like it's harder to do than we thought, but you still have to do it. We still have to attempt this. We have to try again. We talked about after the Ron Placone one, and we talked about if we were to do the second one, what would that look like? And so I think we should still have that discussion. Like we can get better at this too, at understanding how that psyop got into their brain, how it's still affected today. They're still affected by it right now. And they're still defending Fauci. They're still saying, leave him alone. It's like leave Brittany alone, right? Leave Fauci alone. And you're like, someone's got to do an AI meme of that one. That would be awesome. The guy doing that. Yeah. Leave Fauci alone. That's what it feels like where they're at right now. But okay, I digress too. Let's look at one of the highlights here. I was considering which one to play with you here, because we did a piece of it at the opening, which I thought was important. I want to go back to. I want to play this and see, and we can pause it, and I want to hear your thoughts on this. And keeping in mind the overall question, and viewers watching this right now, keep in mind the question we're asking is any of this worth it, or is this just theater and that's all it is?
Mr. Fauci, do you know who David Schertler is?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. What does the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution say?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
No, I'm just asking you what it says.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I'm going to give the Constitution to my aide. He'll bring it over to you so you can have it for future reference. I think it's something that every American should know what the Constitution says. Do you know who wrote the Fifth Amendment?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
So you're invoking a right that you don't know who wrote it or what it says. Is that correct?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Wow. All right, let me tell you who David Schertler is for the audience, because he was ejected by...
Before we get into that, Pasta, do you think that there's something here, because we had mentioned earlier that Rand Paul had called out Fauci at the end of the hearing and said, you understand that because you have a pardon, because you have been given that protection, this Fifth Amendment plea doesn't actually apply to you, and we're going to do a vote to hold you in contempt, and we're going to do that next week. Is there anything to that? What's your, not, as far as your intuition on that?
Well,
legally
you know
speaking.
how I feel, Matt. At the end of the day, I think we as citizens or activists or whatever we call us nowadays, right? Not just when we take off our reporting hat and we become a citizen and we want to fight for the rights and the freedoms and the liberties and the marketing of what is supposed to be out there. The marketing says if somebody has a pardon, they can't invoke pretty much the Fifth Amendment because they're not going to be, in trouble for anything. So, I mean, it's they're not going to be held accountable because they have a pardon, so they should be able to do that. But at the end of the day, I still think we're just going to run into more railroads. They're going to kick this can down the road, down the street.
Yeah.
I don't think we will get the answers we need. So
I'm not saying we'll get the answers. I'm saying, is there legally something here where you could hold Fauci in contempt in a vote next week?
Technically, yes.
And that would be. We're still not going to get answered.
And I'm not a lawyer, but it's easy to understand that. That is not hard to understand. Like I'm saying, if we hold these people to the marketing, but the only way we're going to get a real trial and stuff like that is if it's like pitchforks at the gate, or if it's like Bane style from Batman, take back your city, Gotham. And we demand the justice, our answers, or the aliens come help us out and help us like purge these freaking global elites and allow us to get everything out in the open. I mean, I don't think that's ever going to happen. The people who run all these institutions, they're part of the same clan. So, I believe in these things when they talk about revelation of the method, right? A lot of these things have to come out, Matt, because part of their freaking rituals is that if they tell us what they're doing, they then now free of any type of karma that can happen back on them because they have told us. So a lot of these humiliation rituals are for those reasons, where they put it out to us to see. I think what you said in the beginning is the key here. What will people pick up from this to learn for themselves and their community to protect themselves moving forward?
So
when it comes to this little situation here, if they dive into each little situation, whether it be the PCR test, asymptomatic not spreading the disease, CDC changing the definitions, if we can use this information to inform ourselves, inform our community, we can protect ourselves better moving forward, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's where the 8 people watching on CNN or MSN now, if we get 1 or 2 of them, then we're victorious. So
yes, Well, speaking of them hearing something for the first time, I do like that. I'm just trying to fast forward to this part, and this is very important. This is where you have the people standing in the room that were affected by these insane, measures that destroyed so many lives. Not just schools closing, small businesses shutting down, families destroyed, education destroyed, health destroyed. Obviously, this upward transfer of wealth. We talk about the CARES Act. Nobody on the left even knows. They don't care. They don't care that it was a $5 trillion upward transfer of wealth with no transparency. There's no paper trail of it. All that happened, right? And then you have the vax rollout where you forced it down people's throats. You destroyed people's lives, health. If they said no to it, they lost their job. So all that stuff, you bring the people in, you sit them in the room behind Fauci. And this is, on one hand, you can call this a theatrical moment that was created. On the other hand, you could say an effective moment that was created. So let me try to find the beginning of this. I think it's, right around here. Let's see.
Can you do me a favor in the audience and stand up if during the time of the COVID pandemic, you were called a racist for calling the virus a Wuhan virus or the China virus? If you thought the 6-foot rule was total crap, if you thought the vaccine wasn't something that you should take, if you thought it was outrageous the way the mask policy was rolled out, if you were fired from your job for not taking that vaccine, including members of the military, if you thought closing schools was catastrophically stupid, and that you thought that during these times saying these things made you somehow a lesser human being.
Oh.
Dr. Fauci, can you just turn around and look at the people behind you?
Nope.
You're not willing to do that?
Not going to do it.
That's not a question. It's not a question. To your lawyer, it's not a question. It's a request. All you have to do is look up from your lawyers and look at the people who were absolutely shamed for saying what we know now to be the truth. You can't even look at them? That's a question. Are you able to look at them? You can sit down in the audience.
And he's doing the rights again. The mic's off.
There was a mom in Ohio during the depth of the coronavirus pandemic decided to go to her high school football game for her son. They hadn't been out much. The kids had been learning at school. and then the school got shut down. They hadn't really gotten much out of that education, as any parent knew that remote learning was no learning at all. But it was a Friday night. Her son wanted to go watch a buddy go play football. So they went to the stadium. They sat alone, far from everybody else, just a mom, a dad, a few kids. They didn't feel they needed to wear masks because it was stupid, because they were outside. They all live together. They're not near anybody. Dr. Fauci, do you know what happened to that mom and that family? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And there it is. Is there anything there for new ears, new eyes, or are they looking at this? I'm really curious about this. Are they looking at this and saying, "Poor Dr. Fauci, look at them bullying him in that moment. Look at those horrible people standing behind him. What bullies? How dare they make him feel so uncomfortable, just hovering over him?" And he's afraid to look, because wouldn't you be afraid to look at people you hurt? Who are they're the bullies. Remember, you're not, you hurt them, but they're the bullies making you uncomfortable. You're the victim. Is there any, I don't know, can you rewire someone's head to see this, or are you just locked in? You're locked in that Fauci is the victim here.
Yeah, they're going to be locked in. You know how these people are, Matt. It's team sports mentality. I mean, this is your whole show, right? We talk about the tribes.
Yep.
We've been changing the word to cults, because this is now getting to be cultish behavior at this point, where you're going to deny stuff and look at these people. You know, at the end of the day, a lot of those people who've dug their feet in, they're talking about the people, the constituents, the voters who still believe in this shit. They're going to still say, well, we saved more lives than we killed more lives. They truly believe that. You know, I had 4 callers yesterday on my show. One of them was kind of like, you know, talking about some of the work that Dr. David Martin did. And you had a lot of conversations with Dr. David Martin.
Yes.
And actually, when it was going on at the time, you know, I was one of the few guys talking about Dr. David Martin. And Johnny Tsunami, who's Fiorella's brother, who was part of the Convo Couch at the time, we did a show. He dug in. He looked at all the patents. He saw there were coronavirus patents around since 1990. So we knew this shit was existing for quite some time. But these people are refusing to look at this stuff, Matt. They're actually refusing. I mean, the answers I got were, I don't know. How, if you don't know, then what you have is an uneducated, unresearched opinion. Now, you're either choosing to do that because you want to believe your confirmation bias, but we also have to think how deep this goes, Matthew. I'm sorry to call for you, Matthew. Apologize. We've got to think how deep this goes, Matt. The psychological part, right? When you're telling somebody to go and look at what's happening, you're telling them to look at something they've already injected into their body. Some people aren't going to want to know the truth if the truth is really painful anyways, so they're going to avoid looking at it. That is part of the whole psychology of what's going on right now. These are the things that we want to look at. Tavistock, Operation Phoenix. You know, how do you move a society? How do you convince them to go a certain way? How do you get them to behave in a certain tribal, cultish behavior, you know what I'm saying, and pit them against each other? COVID pit people against each other hardcore. And you knew this more than anybody, man. The shit you had to go to, right? Yep. Like, it's, you know, Thanksgivings were not the same during fucking COVID. And it was meant to do that on purpose, you know. And my friend told me the other day, like, you know, the shit she took, you know what I'm saying? Like, she wasn't allowed to go, and Karen Kwiatkowski said on my show, her brother was so mad, you know what I'm saying, that she wouldn't get it and whatnot. And, you know, what are you going to do to mom and dad? You can't go see them now, and you're not allowed to come over. I mean, this shit was the ultimate divisive freaking plan out there. You know what I'm saying? It killed so many different birds with one stone, because not only did it separate people, divide and conquer, pit them against each other, not only did it shut down a lot of small businesses, not only did it kind of cleanse the planet, right? Like you talked about the bioweapon being the vaccine. I certainly believe that it was a bioweapon, you know what I'm saying? But it doesn't hurt the fact that the virus itself killed off a lot of old people, so the insurance companies didn't have to worry about their health care for the next several years, right? We had all that. The main thing is the censorship that followed and the way they can control stuff, the narrative management but the rearranging of our society altogether, right? The fact this was about due process, not having it, right? It's so crazy because we should have seen so many conservatives that complained the fact that they didn't receive their due process when they were mandated a vaccine they would choose not to take, right? We should have seen them step up during the whole freaking ICE situation with this due process and stuff. But that's what this is also about. You know what I'm saying? This is about the government and the reach, right? How far can they go? How can they change rules? How much power do they have? And the psychological part, what they learned is that they were able to make a whole freaking nation, the United States, quarantine in their house without even putting a fucking tank on the street. That's powerful.
Yeah. And you're talking about Thanksgiving and how affected people were by that. And there's a lot of people that that took the bait. Whether they ate the cheeseburger in New York or whether they, fell for the thing that, if you want to be able to get back to normal, you'll do a thing that you don't need, right? If you do a thing that you don't need because we were told what? We were told it was safe and effective. We were told that if you got it, you wouldn't get it, right?
Yeah.
So this is Fauci, and just another one for you guys that are just figuring this out now. This is Fauci. This is his own. This is his own deal. This is Fauci telling us to get it. You won't get infected, and then Fauci getting infected.
Matt,
This is
Matt, before you play that though, can I tell you something? You just gave me a great idea. We should open a cheeseburger place and call it the Blasio's. For the kids out there who don't know what he was talking about, is Bill de Blasio offered people free cheeseburgers and fries and a shake to go get the vaccine. Whoever ate the cheeseburger out there, genius, Matt.
Oh yeah, rewarding. Because you're only going to do it if you get incentivized. Yeah, it's just there's your red flag right there. If you didn't figure it out on that, I don't know. But here's the saving effective. If you get it, you won't spread it. If you get it, you won't get COVID, right? That's why a lot of people took it. I don't want to get this thing. You told us that you were going to drop dead in the street like those, everyone in China was dropping dead and shaking. And we forgot about that footage. That was weird. Nobody actually did that. Nobody fell down, shook like this, and then died. But we were told that was going to happen. So a lot of people were like, oh, I don't want to get it. And it sounds like this thing works, so I'll get it, even though I'm perfectly young and healthy. Here's Fauci and just changing that. It's hilarious.
People who are vaccinated, they can feel safe that they are not going to get infected.
I got infected about 2 weeks ago. It was my third infection, and I had been vaccinated and boosted a total of 6 times.
Are you bragging about? It's like, wow, man, just the constantly rewriting the narrative, constantly retroactively pretending that that Pfizer wasn't saying 100% effective, and then dropping it to 90, dropping it to 80, dropping it. And it's like, this is what we do. This is the routine. You get the thing, you get COVID. You get another thing, you get COVID. And you get it again, and you get COVID. That's what we told you. You guys remember we told you that? Like, that's not what you said. And so this is part of the brain, the brainwashing part of it. There's another hard part to this, Pasta. And that is we've been beating up on our fellow Dems, but we also need to point out if you're a Maha, you don't have anybody doing anything for you right now. In fact, they're working against you, just like the Biden administration. We talk about them, Rand Paul and Ron Johnson going after particularly those 4 years that Fauci was doing his thing, and Biden. We have to also mention the part they won't mention is what's happening right now. Here's your current HHS secretary talking about, what is he talking about? A brand new vaccine. Listen to this. You're going to love this.
Make a universal flu vaccine that can protect against all strains of flu. Many years, the vaccine is 20% effective or in that range. So we need something that actually works and that doesn't have to be given every year.
Yeah. He's talking about a universal vaccine that actually works. Oh, wow. I cannot wait for that rollout, that push. This is the same. It's the same shit, different rotation of faces, same shit again, right? It doesn't matter This whole idea that you're going to go in there and do something about it. No, you're going to go in there. And I know there's still people that goes, oh, he's trying. He accidentally gave Pfizer $1 billion for new mRNA, right? That was an accident. He's trying. It's a 60. We're so sick of the 60 chess shit. So just know there's nobody working on our behalf either in the current administration. They're doing exactly what the last one did. So just be aware of that.
Yeah. I think that if I can piggyback on that real quick.
Sure.
Do you have a video to play, or can I piggyback on that?
You can piggyback. I just had one I was going to top it off with at the end of this.
Cool.
So yeah, go.
But really quickly, I just think that in these situations, I had my call-in show, I have a decent amount of callers, and there's a guy, Miguel Santiago, who calls in, got a lot of great things to say, but we were talking about Ro Khanna and, incrementalism, and at least saying that Ro Khanna has now kind of provided a little things that nobody else is providing. But then you go back and you see some of these videos of Ro Khanna, and you see him talk the way he talks about almost endorsing Israel to kind of defend themselves too, as well, against Hamas. Not like understanding who exactly Hamas is, the fact that it was actually legal. And Hamas wasn't the only actor on October 7th, I hate to tell people. They were part of the resistance. There was the El Qassam Brigade and all these other groups that joined together and stuff. There were people literally fighting for their livelihood. But it was actually legal, and he'll go around those things. I think it's just like Ro Khanna, when you get this kind of like not real resistance, a fake resistance, and you buy into it and you look at it as incrementalism, the way people are looking at RFK, at least we get this and that, you actually go backwards, because now you're endorsing somebody who's not really standing for what you actually believe in, even though he's told you he's going to do it. RFK and Ro Khanna right now are the worst wolves in sheep clothing. They are actually setting us back. I'd rather have an HHS secretary in there who is really going to represent us and get thrown out, or fired or thrown out of office or whatever and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Because at least then the whole movement is highlighted even further. But when he goes in there acting like he's fighting for us, and he's really doing stuff like what you just talked about, the billions of dollars of handouts to Pfizer, that actually sets the resistance movement back.
Of course, yeah. And it does. And we just need to understand that a real resistance movement is outside of the system. It's on the ground. It's bottom up. You don't go in to fix things. We should have learned our lesson by now. We have. We're not going to fall for the Bernie and the AOC stuff. So, and if you're a former Trumper, just know we're all on the same team now. You understand? We've all been through this. Some have been through this more than others, but we're done with this. And RFK, I know it's disappointing, because even though we try to put the Zionism aside and we say he really cared about health, he really cared about these things, he's in a position of power and he's doing the exact opposite. He's not struggling, taking time, and he's going to just be patient, guys. It's the opposite. He's literally doing the exact opposite of the things that he wrote his books about. Like if you read the real Anthony Fauci, he's doing the exact opposite of what he preached before he was in power. So it's important to understand that, so we don't fall for this. Once again, we got to keep the organizing going on the outside, and also that includes being quicker to detect the bullshit while it's happening. And so I want to end this segment with this memorable clip. If maybe some people haven't seen it, but this can remind you that it just takes a little bit of critical thinking to get something right as it's happening. And imagine being this guy in the middle of probably not a very, economically prosperous area, which is what they targeted African-American communities. They said, we're going to make sure you guys get this vax. And Fauci went door to door to these people and with the camera on.
My favorite clip.
This is the most, I think, out of everything we've seen today, this can remind us that it's the people's voices that matter the most. As much as Rand Paul and Ron Johnson can do in these moments, in these hearings, and that's great. This is what it's really about, because this is in the actual moment. Imagine that Dr. Fauci knocks on your freaking door with a camera in your face. Imagine being this guy. He should get the loudest voice of the decade on the homeless left. But let's see the clip. Here it is.
America are not settled with the information that's been given to us right now.
So I'm not going to be lining up taking a shot on a vaccination for something that wasn't clear in the first place. And then you all create a shot in miraculous time. It takes years to create vaccination.
Well, it used to take years.
Okay, it used to.
You know how many years were invested in this approach? About 20 years of science to get us to be able to do it.
20 years is not enough. And 9 months is definitely not enough for nobody to be taking no vaccination that you all came up with.
The only reason I'm talking to you right now, as close as we are, is that I've been vaccinated.
Right.
But if it allow thousands of people like you don't get vaccinated, you're going to let this virus continue to percolate in this country and in this world.
Something like the common flu then, right?
And not
It's
like
much
the common
more
flu.
serious than the flu.
Well, the flu kills a lot of people annually too.
You know how many people died of the flu the last year? I mean, not this year, virtually none, but the previous.
Whoa, virtually none. Virtually none. Connect the dots, guys. Nobody died of the flu in 2021. Just throwing it out there. He literally gave that away, but he's trying to make the opposite point about how bad.
He also said, 20 years of practicing. Yeah, they've had patents for Dr. David Martin's work again for years. So how do they know coronavirus was coming, right?
Yeah, it makes. Yeah, there you are. So here's his justification of why this is worse than the flu.
Previous year, about 20 to 30,000. You know how many people have died from COVID-19 in the United States? 600,000 Americans.
The number that you all giving that died, that's once again, that's you all's number.
You gonna pass?
Yeah, definitely. Because when you start talking about paying people to get vaccinated, when you start talking about incentivizing
cheeseburgers,
things to get people vaccinated, there's something else going on with that. Something else going on.
It is something going on.
There's something else.
You're
going
right.
on
But
with
I'm glad millions of people like me and most everybody here didn't get an incentive. You know what their incentive was? Protecting their health and protecting the city. But I won't keep you anymore.
It's okay, because my incentive, y'all campaign is about fear. It's about inciting fear in people. You all attack people with fear. That's what this pandemic is. It's a fear. It's fear, this pandemic. That's all it is.
What is that he's taking in his hand?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She's once again giving out false information. The reason why I can stand here is because I got the vaccination. The vaccine did not stop the spread of transmission, right? It moved on from person to person, whether or not you had the vaccine or not. In fact, if you got the vaccine, you're more likely to get COVID, and then you would pass it on even quicker. So it did the opposite of what a lot of people are telling. And something else that really sucks about RFK, and so many people left him after October 7th, you know what I'm saying? Because we saw what a serious high-level Zionist he was, right? Ron Johnson's the same way. And this is the beautiful thing about independent media. Russell Dobular got him at, what was it? The Republic thing, protect the
Rescue the Republic.
Rescue the Republicans. Rescue the Republicans. Oh, rescue the Republic. What? No, but individual journalism, right? He got Ron Johnson. I got RFK. We're little guys with cameras with no funding, doing whatever we can do, and we were able to put these people on record, right? You know what I'm saying? They obviously exposed their whole asses after, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, how can you be head of the Children's Health Defense Network and not care about the children of Gaza? So it kind of sucks that Ron Johnson's in that position because he has been the strongest voice for getting this out there. But, if you're going to go, you got to go 100%. You can't be a pro-Zionist and think that you're going to really take care of people while they're bombing people on our dime. Yeah. So,
all right, let's get to the next one. I'm glad we saved this from last week to have you on this with us, Pasta, because this has been an ongoing investigation on several levels. Because we're seeing a massive shifts happening in Latin American countries,
in the wrong direction.
Here's a map we've shared on the show before, just so you guys can get just your geography around you, and just kind of look at some of the capture. And we've had the debate about U.S., Israel, whatever. I like that there's just both flags are in all of them. So we're not having that conversation today, but we are saying that there's a capture happening, a systematic capture happening throughout all of Latin America. That includes Central as well. But in this, just focusing here, we can see each one of these, and we don't want time to go through all of them. But let's start with. Well, we're going to start with the big one in your face right now, the Brazil, which we know We know that Lula has been and this is what all of these countries before the capture, they've all been vocal against imperialism. They've all been vocal against the Epstein pedo class. That's what they all had in common until they were switched out or removed or occupied or kidnapped in certain circumstances like Venezuela. But in Brazil, it seems like this is the big one that they want to get. And so let's start with that one because this is kind of new. It seems that Bolsonaro's son begins Brazil presidential bid with Netanyahu and Milley. Kudos. In other words, you guys not only get the thumbs up, you have our 100% backing, and that includes anything we can do, if you know what I mean, to get you in there. Here's Netanyahu announcing it, and this is not just support. This is the leverage to make this be, because we know about that there is no election integrity when it comes to rigging these things, switching people out, tricking the people, and then what do you ultimately get? You get a leader that is an exact puppet that is going to benefit Israel and U.S. War profiteering and more expansionism and all of that genociding that continues beyond Palestine, beyond the West Bank. There's almost this global like psychoticness of let's take it all. So here's Netanyahu's endorsement here, and we hate to see that Brazil turn white and blue, but it seems to be happening.
I want to congratulate you on the official launching of your campaign. You're a great champion of Brazil. You're a great champion of the friendship between our peoples.
Can you put it louder?
And I know that you'll bring
I
Brazil
you know what?
greater.
I can't. We'll fix it in post. Can you hear any of it? Can you hear him? He's saying
I can hear him saying you're a great champion or something. It's very low,
he
but
said
go
that
ahead,
you got
I'll
our
just
full
listen.
support.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
And greater heights. Congratulations.
That's all. It was just a little recording of congratulations, and we got you got our full support. So that's that. And I guess I would say, I'll ask you before we go on to the other ones, Pasta, because this one's I think the newest development. What do you think are the chances that this? I mean, I guess this looks like this is in motion, but what happens when this map turns all blue and white? What happens? Brazil is like that was a big, and then we got a few more there, but this is a huge deal if they're able to get an Israel first president in Brazil, right?
Brazil's a very interesting, confusing place, right? We can talk about the election system whenever you want, but that's how are they going to game that? How are they going to move that and stuff? But Lula is a vaccine salesman, right? Like,
that's okay. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's a very mixed bag of nuts over there. So there is this blind spot from a lot of leaders in Latin America that want the things that the United States wants because they think it's for the benefit of their citizens. Vaccines was one of them, right? Like while all these countries have vaccines, the United States has them. We got to get them. Lula's always been a pro-vaccine person, you know what I'm saying? And all of his policies where he helped out a lot of poor people, he would get them vaccines. But he has also been vocally against Israel and been very pro-Gaza. I mean, if not one of the most Latin American, South American pro-Gazan presidents out there. He has been one of them. I'm not saying the man's perfect, but he has been strong and on that. The Bolsonaros have a very serious connection to the Bannons and the Zionists, hardcore Zionists. So this is kind of interesting to see what happens over there. How can they fix it? How can they move it? What about the public itself? Are they pissed off, frustrated enough at Lula out there? Because once again, the propaganda runs deep. The country is very, very divided. I thought that Bolsonaro overachieved in getting very close last time, but then he had all these weird, funky things happen. The way we had our January 6th, they had the same thing in January 8th. And they're not allowing Bolsonaro to run in the election. That's why Flavio, his son, has to run. There's a lot of psyops taking place in Brazil. It's
little
very,
maneuvering,
very weird.
Yeah.
So we're damned if we do, we damned if we don't, right? I mean, if we get a Bolsonaro in, we are going to get a pro-Zionist president for sure. I mean, the Colombian president is just fucking ridiculous, over the top. They found ways to mess with these things. So I don't know. It's a mixed bag of nuts because Bolsonaro, Flavio, if he's anything like his father, the way he spoke out against vaccines. He said, you take this vaccine, you're going to turn into an alligator. I mean, he was so vocal about it. He was trying to get ivermectin out to his citizens. So, I mean, it's just a weird situation. But if the Bolsonaros do get in this case, Flavio, Zionism will reign supreme over there.
Yeah. And this is why Netanyahu is coming out in the support.
Absolutely.
And so he's not going to waste his time unless there was an incentive there of some sort of vested interest. And so we're seeing that vested interest all throughout the region. And you mentioned Colombia. This is very important because we know Petro's been even more vocal, obviously, than Lula. And so you have, Petro was leaving anyway, but the candidate he was endorsing didn't get a fair shake at this election. That it was a rigged election. We covered this on the show. We saw the paper trail of Israel interference in that election, and we saw this handpicked guy, this psychopath, really, that nobody even heard of. Just this multimillionaire dude that Trump and Rubio got behind, right? So you have this, and I guess August 7th, it seems like August 7th is the switch out date. So what we have going on here is you got Petro, the outgoing president, saying Colombia loses its national sovereignty from August 7th onward. It returns to being, what is this? This is viceroyalty. Yes. And then Petro, he's warning that the incoming administration will answer directly to Trump and Rubio, who we know answers directly to their Zionist overlords. So it's all one big cabal. And that's exactly what Petro has been screaming about against the Epstein cabal, against these psychopaths. And then you get this handpicked dude. So if you guys think that this is just a sore loser who's crying foul because that's what you do when you lose an election, you have to say election interference. If you're not taking that seriously, this is from Ben Norton. The U.S. empire is waging a neo-colonial assault all across Latin America. The U.S. blatantly meddled in Colombia's election. Trump and Rubio backed the far-right multimillionaire candidate Espriella, a defender of fascist paramilitaries, and there are serious irregularities in the results. And we saw Petro shared that we've covered that on a previous show, where there's this handprint of Israeli spy machinery behind it, and it's like he time-stamped it too. So Colombia's current president Petro has been very pro-Palestine and pro-China. He cut relations with the genocidal Israeli regime, joins China Belt and Road Initiative. Espriella vows to form a close alliance with the U.S. and Israel and minimize relations with China. Just a few weeks ago, before the elections, he was in Florida, of course, meeting with far-right politicians and Trump, all of the Trump and Rubio clan is what he was doing. Let's see this before I want you to chime in here, but I want to show this.
I got some good information for you on this one, so we're gonna break it first here at the Homeless Left. So
okay, I'm excited to hear your thoughts on this and what you're sharing. So I'm just gonna play this one first because I think that this one's important because this is what the guy's already doing this, and it's not even August 7th yet. And he's already, what is he doing? Espriella is closing or suspending embassies in these countries. And he's also saying that he's going to be reopening the embassy in Jerusalem. He's going to go through the list right here. Here we go. Guys, get ready. Hold on to your seats. They're all closing.
Estratégicas para el país.
The Palestine.
Voy a reabrir la embajada.
I will reopen Colombia embassy in Jerusalem. Likewise, I will order the suspension of the opening of the embassy in Palestine, which never actually became operational. Why? Because they never existed. I will close the embassies of, here we go, Algeria, Barbados, Cuba, Czech Republic, Ethiopia, China, Haiti, Hungary, Malaysia, Nicaragua, Romania, Senegal, and South Africa. Wow, what do all those have in common? I'll pass it to you, Pasa. What do all those have in common? Well, we know what they all have in common, but I like your take on it if you have anything else to share on that.
What does who have in common?
All those embassies were closing from the Palestine one, which never opened, and all the rest of them.
Yeah.
Why are we closing those embassies and of course opening Jerusalem, one in Jerusalem?
I don't know what the answer you want me to say is. Why do you think they're doing that? Why do I think they're?
These are all anti-empire.
Okay, gotcha.
And they want to cut those relationships off, so there's no more anti-imperialist association with any embassy in these countries. They want to cut. He's
I
cutting it
understand
off.
now, like the drawing lines in the sands and whatnot.
Yeah,
I hear you.
yeah,
My bad.
Yeah.
So
no, all good. But you had something to share on this.
okay, so I'm trying to find real quick. All right, so let me explain how things are going.
Okay.
All right. And I have to show you this. So I went not to this last election, but I went to the election that that Gustavo Petro won. And you start saying to yourself, Gustavo Petro, who is he exactly? Where does he come from? Now, we had talked to people before inside Colombia, activists, leftist groups, whatnot. And one of those groups in particular we talked to the Communist Party, the head of the Communist Party of Bogota in Colombia, right? And we were talking about Gustavo Petro. They would never say how they really loved Gustavo Petro. In fact, they would refer to him as the compromise candidate. Gustavo Petro has a history of working with elites and oligarchs back in the days. He was once the mayor of Bogota. But a lot of the activists and a lot of the groups out there thought that Gustavo Petro was the right candidate. They called him the compromise candidate to start the process of normalizing relationships with Venezuela. For, he'd worked inside the establishment himself enough to where he can get things done, get a lot of the militias that were on their own, whatnot, to kind of sit back down and start moving the country forward in the right way, in the Bolivarian mentality. However, he was never their guy. Now, the guy who ran in this last election, Ivan Cepeda, he's the real deal, right? Like, I've had friends who've seen Ivan Cepeda talk in Mexico. You know what I'm saying? AMLO had him, brought him there to the Capitol, whatnot, had big speeches. He would fill out the rooms. He was the activist, right? He was the guy they really, really wanted. He did not win this time. We saw the meddling. And like you said, the U.S., Ben Norton mentioned the U.S., the Zionism, they use their software, whatever, their spyware.
Yeah.
The elections have a lot of transparency, and it's very hard to cheat. The only problem is, even though that everything's done on a local level in front of you, where they count in front of you and they give you the numbers on the door, the ultimate, the official results are in the main tabulation back in the Capitol. So that's where they can change some things. The outside of the country votes, they can change those as well. We saw a lot of the evidence there. I wish I was there myself. It's really hard to cheat. However, they were able to pull it off. From what I hear moving forward, that it's going to be Gustavo Petro coming back into play, and they're going to get rid of Ivan Cepeda. In other words,
Really?
It's going to be that Arce, what happened in Bolivia with Arce and Evo Morales, pretty much where the left had kind of this fracture and split. And we saw at the end of the day, Evo Morales was the real deal. I would say Ivan Cepeda is the real deal. There are pictures out there with Gustavo Petro and Bill Clinton. Thumbs up. Clinton Global Initiative. So he's had dirty fingers for quite some time. Here's the thing that never changed under Colombia, that would have changed under Ivan Cepeda. The weapons deals with the United States, right? Colombia buys more weapons from the United States than any Latin American country out there for quite some time. They are actually an honorary member of NATO. People don't know that. They're the only Latin American, South American country that has special NATO status. Why? Why does Colombia have to be part of NATO? Why? Because they're tied into that military-industrial complex. If Ivan Cepeda got in, he would have took it a step further and started cutting those contracts. Contracts, I would remind you, that Gustavo Petro never cut. So even though Gustavo Petro was very vocal, with his stance on Israel-Palestine, with his stance against imperialism and Donald Trump, there's a lot of things that still stayed in play, which were very, makes you go, So now we see the situation where Gustavo Petro is moving forward. I'm hearing this directly from Colombia, that Gustavo Petro plans to run again and push aside, Ivan Cepeda. So I don't trust Gustavo Petro. I don't know how close he's tied into the global elite. We know he was once there, despite him being one of the best on some of the issues we had. The anti-Zionism that came from Gustavo Petro was up there with Lula. So, there are a lot of great things he said, but there are things that never changed. The weapons deals never changed. Those contracts still went out. And if he's coming back into play and Ivan Cepedis is pushed out, it doesn't surprise me that this happened the way it did. You know, they like to play the long game. Let's let this freaking guy who killed cats and said he did it for entertainment, that came out of nowhere. They market him as their own Nayib Bukele, but Nayib has a much more rich history in actual work behind him than this guy. This donkey they put in control in Colombia. So I mean, it's very confusing. You got to keep your eye on the prize. But there's a lot of fishy shit that's going on and taking place in Colombia right now, and I do not trust Gustavo Petro.
Yeah. Well, let's make an overall assessment here. It shouldn't really be about us finding the hero of the story and which of these presidents that are the ones that are being switched out and which one of them is like checks every box of the greatest leader. I think that's going down the wrong. And you're right. Like, these guys aren't all to be trusted. There's obviously issues with both the countries we've discussed and the leadership and back and forth on things. But I'm just saying, from what we're seeing from our vantage point, we're seeing the infiltration element from our greatest ally of all time. That's what we're seeing, this very vested interest from Israel to go from country to country and basically just kind of lock in there. And I think that's the thing we're calling out. Ultimately, we're not saying that, everything was great and perfect and no corruption. Without that, we're saying that this is not the way. This is not what the people signed up for. There's no way people signed up for this shit. This is not for another country to come in. Let's talk about Venezuela, to come in and just steal their president, put him in a jail cell without due process, and all of a sudden these 7.2 earthquakes come out of nowhere. Yet immediately, who showed up on the ground to help with the rubble? Who showed up to help with finding the children? You know who the first people on the ground was? Did you know, Pasta? It was NGO companies from Israel. We're talking about Smart Aid. They showed up. They're like, all of a sudden, IDF members, all of a sudden, they are interested in helping getting kids out of rubble. How ironically twisted is that? That actually happened. This is from James Lee. Venezuela, they cut ties with Israel 17 years ago. This was the problem. This is why we've had this problem with Venezuela this whole time. This is why we've tried to kill them with sanctions. We've tried to assassinate their presidents, Chavez, Maduro, several times each. This right now, this is the new puppet president we installed after we stole their president. We kidnapped their president, and this new, whatever you want to call it, acting president is sitting with the IDF right now. I wonder if this is why. I wonder if this is why we captured Maduro. Is this what we want? These are the conversations we want to have right now. These ones.
Well,
right.
Let me piggyback on that too for a while as well too. And I wouldn't, once again, Zionism is bad. I'm never going to stick up for Israel and say they're not doing that. But they've always been present in this region too, alongside the United States, right? So we have to see everything gains. Yes, the IDF has contracts in El Salvador and their bases in Honduras, whatnot. But these are also United States bases, United States weaponry, and it's also our dollar that is prevalent throughout these countries, the United States dollar. So once again, I say this is that kind of global cabal working there. There's nothing different. It's just being highlighted now and spoken about. Israel has always had interest there too as well with the United States. They've been walking hand in hand. But the United States, when it comes to Colombia, wants to have their military-industrial complex with those contracts. They want to make sure that the American dollar, the United States dollar, right, which is also tied to Israel, the bankers, whatnot, the NGOs, all with it. They've always been tied together for quite some time. This is a group, once again, this is a global cabal that's taking advantage of that. So now, more than ever, I think the thing that's a little bit different than before is the colonization and the moving in from the Israeli citizens that are now starting to go into these areas, that are starting to fill in the areas which the Zionists have wanted for quite some time. But believe you me, there isn't much change. Israel has always been at the table. It's just being highlighted more. And if Israel wasn't a part of this, the United States would still do this because they have multi-billion-dollar contracts. Do you know there was arguments in Peru going on right now about buying F-16s? Why the fuck would Peru need to buy F-16s? Well, if Roberto Sanchez Palomino, the indigenous activists for labor, whatnot, part of the whole Pedro Castillo clan, had won, those contracts would go away. Keiko Fujimori won, and those contracts are back in play. And now Peru is purchasing F-16s. For what fucking reason, I don't know. But it's all tied together. And very important, too, as well, in the last several years, there have been talks about, looking at BRICS and their new currency, and could they opt out of the United States currency? Can they get away from the American dollar because it's plugged to their currency? Wherever I go, I can use my American dollar down there. Guess what? I'm going to still be able to use my American dollar down there, and it's still going to be dominant because those other currencies will not be able to get in. You know what I'm saying? So that's very important too as well. So I don't think that Israel is just the driving force. I do believe they're a part of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to, I don't want to take away from how fucking bad they are. But the United States empire too as well. It's just, they have so much to gain over there. Not to mention these multinational corporations that are going to be pulling all these rare earths out of the ground. A lot of this is about keeping China out, Matt, because if China gets in, they come in with their checkbook. They pay top dollar for those rare earth minerals. The United States doesn't. They get them for pennies on the dollar, especially when they can keep a destabilized government down there. And there are lists of CIA coups going back all the way to the early 1900s in Latin America. It's been going on for quite some time. It's going to continue to go on. So it's also about those multinational corporations grabbing all that lithium that's down in Peru, that's down in Bolivia. You know what I'm saying? Our only hope, in my personal opinion, is, and I met some of these people in the capital of Peru in Lima the other day, you know what I'm saying? These indigenous people, the workers, the ones who work in the mines, the ones who understand that natural resource should go to their own country, right? The natural resources of these countries, the money and the wealth is not going to the lithium holders in Peru, in Bolivia, in Argentina. It's going to BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, Blackstone, you know what I'm saying? All these companies that have invested interest down there are also making a buck. It's the fascist, what do they call it? Stakeholder capitalist who are holding all the resources right now that are really going to make all this money and increase their wealth. So,
well, look, I'll just cap it off with this, because I do think you're absolutely right about our vested interest in the cash grab and just our history of stealing resources everywhere. I mean, there's that entire area. I mean, it's like you can see them, the U.S. military industrial complex. They're just mouthing, they're foaming at the mouths to get their hands on those minerals. At the same time, and I think this is why you have this alignment. This is Israel-U.S. alignment. Is because what Israel's doing is they're changing culture, they're changing perspective, they're changing history books. They're pretending that religion, like the Catholic religion, is about protecting the chosen ones, and they're doing these very manipulative mind fucks on people in all these countries while we're going around stealing all the resources. At the end of the day, of course, it benefits Israel that we're stealing all these resources, because we're working to get our checkbooks to be the same thing. We're literally going into a marriage on this NDAA, which the Senate's going to be voting on, and putting it right on the Trump's desk and right into law. And that law means that the two entities that have been working together this whole time, doing, like you've said before on the show, Craig, you've talked about that they've been doing this anyway. They've been using us and infiltrating our military anyway, infiltrating our public platforms, these companies that are using Israeli spyware. We know all this already. However, when you go into a marriage, guess what? That means that you're signing on the document on the dotted line that we share everything. What's mine is yours. And that's now legal, which means that all of our corruption, all of our stealing of these resources in Latin American countries, this is direct. Israel has a direct checkbook of that same thing. They have or let's call it a credit card. It's a credit card with a $1.5 trillion cap on it, right? That's your pen. Here you go. Welcome to the family, or welcome to I do. You may kiss the bride. You're literally, here it is. Here's your credit card. And we're going to keep adding to that by stealing these resources while you go around and you mind fuck the people all over. You get Argentinians, right? You get that you do the whole thing, and you try like hell to get Brazil, which we're doing right now, and Colombia. And we went through all of these ones, and you mind fuck them, and you get them to root. You literally can get them to root for Israel, at the World Cup when Israel's not even effing playing. You got Argentina fans waving Israeli flags every time every time there's a cheat that happens, and they get a goal taken away from the other team. You got Israeli flags being waved. That's a mind. How did they do that? That's something that the U.S. has never been able to do. We've never been able to get these countries to wave U.S. flags when we go in and steal their shit and burn down their forests and change the law about land grabbing, right? Because that's what Netanyahu did in Argentina. He literally got the president to change the law. You can legally land grab from a foreign country. We'll take your land in South Argentina. And they're waving Israeli flags. That is quite an accomplishment. I don't think we've ever pulled that off. Had U.S. flags being waved as we've stolen land on the people that just got their land stolen. It's quite remarkable. So yes, end of the day, we are working together. Everyone's playing their role. Trump's playing his role. All these captured presidents are playing their role in other countries, and that's just the way it is. And here we are, and all we can do is scream and yell about it. But yeah, I always appreciate the discourse on this. I don't know if you want to have one last thought on this.
I think at times that we've kind of like like James Lee, and Max Blumenthal. I get what they're saying. I have a little bit of a disagreement, right? Like I said, I think it just like in COVID, I believe it goes higher than Fauci. Just like what's going on with the globalism, I believe it goes higher than Zionism. I think it's just been weaponized.
Yes.
I think the
agree
people who control these things, they're those people who, they pray to the fucking ball statues and shit. That's, what I'm saying? And they're using anything they can, because I don't want people to get away from the fact that, just for instance, Raytheon got a no-bid contract 2 weeks ago, $38 billion to replace the THAAD systems that were shot down from Iran by drones and all these other countries, the Gulf states and whatnot. Well, who owns Raytheon? Well, the majority of the stakeholder is BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. Who owns the majority of that? It's the American stockholder. So there's a Christian dude in America who's got a lot of fucking money that doesn't necessarily, he's cool with Zionism because there are Christian Judaic values, but he's making money and he's okay with it because he is making money. So, the global elites, they tap into the fucking greed and they draw lines in the sand and they get people to go certain ways. But believe you me, I just believe, and all these things we talked about, and COVID really exposes that, right? We saw what Bibi Netanyahu did. He used his own fucking country as a petri dish. But all these other people, right? All these vaccine companies, where it was Moderna, who was tied into DARPA and whatnot, and they did the research for the mRNA vaccine. I mean, that shit's crazy. And that thing I read you off where it had all these groups of the Department of Defense, this thing, what I'm saying? There's all these other entities that are just making, it's a small group, right? And the only thing that I always just say too as well, and we have to recognize those things, is just don't think that this is the only group at the top pulling the strings. It goes higher. These people who practice this effective altruism, like the Sam Bankman-Frieds, they're all tied together. And at the end of the day, they're not Catholic, they're not Christian, they're not Jewish, they're not Muslim. They're a fucking bunch of fucking sick pedophile, ball-worshipping motherfuckers who are calling these shots. This goes back to these Babylonian days, these bloodline bastards. That's what I believe. And I think until we identify the actual source of who these people are, what I'm saying? And I don't know if we ever will, but how do we rid them? Either the aliens got to save us, or the AI recognizes that there's a predator class that's, controlling things and helps us get rid of that predator class. I don't know. Remains to be seen. I'm looking at all parties.
Craig Pasa Jardula, thanks for the always interesting and engaging investigation dialogue and nuance you bring to the conversation that we need, because we don't just do headlines. We look into things and we get all the perspectives. So it's always great to have you on the show. Tell everybody what you have coming up and anything else.
Drive time in the morning on Pasta to Go every day from 8 to 10. Every day of the week we have a different guest on. On Monday we've been having this guy Alex Strenger, who's a comedian I met at the Cause Fest. He's one of those guys who used to go into the city councils and go crazy and get viral on that stuff. He's actually a Zionist. So he comes on my show on Mondays, and he's the co-host. And then on Tuesdays, we have Nico House. On Wednesday, we have Colonel Karen Kwiatkowski. On Thursday, today, we have the big ragu himself, Kyle Anzalone for the Libertarian Institute. And on Fridays, we have Andrew Zigman from the Action from the Assange Group. And we just open up the phone lines, take phone calls, have a great time. We do that every day of the week. Truthwire, which used to be the Convo Couch, we'll get back to stuff. Fiorella's on assignment, but once she gets back and Situated. We'll kick that back off. And I do also do drive times on WBAI on Wednesdays. So, that's
Excellent.
me. And it was great
Excellent.
seeing you on Jimmy Dore last week, man. Way to kick fucking ass. I hope I see you on that show again, brother.
I'm hoping so. There might be one more one opportunity coming up. We'll see if it works out, and I'll let people know. Let me know when if you're thinking about doing another COVID panel, because I think we might
do that. Yeah.
We
I'm
might
gonna
be due
fax,
for
I'm gonna
one.
get on the phone right now with Ron Placone and let's set a day. Layla Charles, Ron Placone on one side, Pasta Jardula and Matt Weinglass on the other. Let's get it. Let's get it going. Volume 2.
And we're not,
bring it on.
Hey, listen, and we tell people this: we're not going for winning some sports match, right? We're going for understanding. So you and I will discuss our approach and how we're going to try and walk through the stuff, and hopefully just plant some new seeds, some new ideas. That's what we're going for. Let's hope that we can accomplish that. But yes, let's do it. We have to do this. We can't just stay in our corner. So I appreciate you, man. Yeah, let me know about that.
It does get a little bit more antsy now, a little bit more uppy. Now this whole fucking Fauci thing where they're going,
right?
Poor Dr. Fauci. Like, all right, now you done crossed the line. Poor Dr. Fauci, my balls.
Hey, just for fun, one more. Leave Fauci alone.
Brittany!
Why? All right,
Maddie.
All right, Pasta, take care. We'll see you next time.
Buddy.
All right, bye. All right, Craig Pasta Jardula, everyone. All right, we're getting the band back together. Speaking of the band, let's go ahead and bring in the other co-host for today. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Happy Thursday, man. How you doing?
Absolutely great. Fantastic. I can't even believe it's already Thursday. I literally blinked my eyes once and I'm like, what the hell? It's been nonstop, just totally action-packed week, insanity. Trying to keep my bearings or whatever, however you say, just kind of keep yourself from not going nuts. And I know a lot of our viewers feel the same way, and we see that in the comments. We see you guys reach out to us, and we can see the frustration of, oh my God, just when you think you're up to date on something, something else hits you, hits you on the side. And then on top of that, we have to keep our relationships with the people that haven't been paying attention. That's hard, right? That's very, very difficult as we learn more, get more invested in our explorations and investigations and trying to not just like call it out, call out the BS. We're going for accountability, going for justice somehow to protect humanity, protect the very people that have no idea what we're doing. And then we got to remember, oh yeah, that's right. They don't know about that. They don't know. Yeah, it's
catching
wild,
up
right?
slowly, man. They're catching up slowly. I've been having conversations with, the Vote Blue No Matter Who's on Facebook, and it seems like some of the Fauci testimonies, have shaken them a little bit, because I think when you plead the fifth that many times in a row, it just brings back that Dave Chappelle skit with the drug dealer, in court. I plead the fifth. So, I think it's starting to click for some more people, slowly but surely. But like Craig said also, you do have the poor Dr. Fauci's, still hanging in there. So slowly but surely, the tide is turning.
Poor Dr. Science. If guys, if you get rid of Dr. Science, we will have no science left. So what are we gonna? Come on, we need him to survive this bullying. All right.
Okay. He's hilarious. So
yeah.
Oh yeah, and by the way, man. So just wanted to put it out there. I did listen into the space yesterday. I listened anonymously, because if I don't do that, then people who go to my profile see where the space is. I'll support you all day. Great panel. A lot of the people up there. Made some, excellent points, great contributions. And, on the topic of Zionism, the host largely made some good points. So you did a great job, bringing the message to more people. And, it just reminded me of that Jimmy Dore segment, where Daryl Davis, does a good job, speaking some truth to people who may not agree with them, brings them to the light. It just reminded me of that a little bit. So, nice job, and keep bringing the message to more people. So
I appreciate you saying that. I think that's the whole point, is that we take these opportunities and we get the most out of them. And we're not going, I don't think we're going into like a boxing ring. I think we're going into a space to spread ideas and have aha moments and connect. And I opened the show today. I was telling the viewers, thank you, like giving a shout out to viewers who connect us, who who maybe a viewer right now is the one that did the share on their Twitter, that got the attention of this Twitter space that allowed the reach out to happen. And here I am. There's 5,700 people listening to this, listening to this conversation, like you said, about an important issue, Zionism. And we were talking about all these things, all the stuff we talk about here. And so I think it was very, very, very successful in that regard. And then, of course, new opportunities come from that and new relationships. And I think I got maybe 150 new Twitter followers after that. So that was
one of those people could change the world, Matt. So
that's right.
One person change the world. So
one of those people.
It takes a couple to really make a difference. So
yeah. I love it. All right. Hey, so for this first segment, are you feeling World War III-ish, or do you want to just get into it? What do you think?
Who could say no to World War III, man? That's
I know, right?
For all this time, right? I mean, we've been hearing about Armageddon since we were a kid going to Sunday school. Now it's actually happening, man. Let's do it, man.
Yeah, let's effing do it. Okay. All right, here we go. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. I'm Matt Weinglass here with co-host Jay Scott. We're coming fresh off of some big meetings that took place in D.C. You had none other than Netanyahu meeting with Trump. You had Zelensky meeting with Trump. He scheduled them back to back. Very odd. But I guess maybe you can do that. You kind of do, one psychopath meeting followed by the next psychopath meeting. It's probably how the secretary probably listed it that way. But block off Tuesday. It's gonna be Psychopath Tuesday. So you back to back those when you can. And so it was fairly successful. I think even on the live show Tuesday, we were able to report that Netanyahu was the first to speak about it, and he said, very excitedly, it was the best meeting he ever had. And I just want to look, we're not going to spend too much time with the meeting itself because there's a lot of stuff that we're still having to figure out what was said, what's the plan. We'll talk about it right here. But just to remind you, there are angry people in the street, and I saw this one, and I thought this was very this is very important because the camera's gonna reveal who's doing these chants. But let's just hear this. This is Netanyahu pulling up to the White House right before the meeting. And like the heading says, it's war criminal being escorted in Washington, D.C. Let's check out this protest. Wait for it. Here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, take off Israel, no, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, take off Israel, no. 5, 6, 7, 8, Israel is a terrorist state. 5, 6, 7, 8, Israel is a terrorist state. You don't speak in the Jewish name.
Wow. So I guess I was told that those are, I guess, self-hating Jews who are anti-Semitic. Is that what I'm led to believe if I listen to our leadership, or what's really going on here, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like if you have like two brain cells to rub together and you can like do the math, right? You should know that the only way Israel survives is if America can somehow maintain this top position that it's had at the world, which probably won't last too much longer, and puts its, might behind Israel. Other than that, it would collapse. So I would say they care a lot more about the Jews in that land than all the people cheering on this war because, like, this can't go on forever, man. Like, and if you care about the people there, you should tell them to either find a way to, argue in favor of a one-state solution where Palestinians have equal rights in that land, or probably leave. That's the best thing you can do if you actually care about the Jewish people over there. So it's really sad to see how many people don't realize that they're being used like as a proxy. And like I saw a quote. I couldn't find the actual breakdown because it's been a busy morning of the Zelensky meeting, but apparently one of Zelensky's pitches to Trump is he wants Ukraine to be an aircraft carrier, just like Israel, but for Russia. So he's not trying to pitch Ukraine as the same thing. So if you look at what's happened in Ukraine and how their population has been devastated, if this continues, Israel is on for the same path. So
yeah. And we kind of look at like Netanyahu and his relationship with Zelensky, very similar to Mali in Argentina. We want to be Israel part 2. No, I want to be Israel part 2. You both get to be Israel too together. We all do Israel together. And like, oh yeah. So yeah, Zelensky's absolutely following an example, right? He's following in the footsteps. Exactly right. The scene, right? Yeah, go for it.
And sorry, really quick, just to add one point onto what Craig was saying, right? If you look at all these end time prophecies, like the Jews are a main character in Judaism, in Christianity, and in Islam, right? They are part of the battle. The only difference is who wins in the battle in the end by these different prophecies. So just remember, a lot of these secret societies believe it's their job to bring those prophecies to fruition. So at least that's what they tell their members. In my opinion, I just think they're using it to manipulate people to getting what they want.
Yeah.
So the War of Gog and Magog, guys, check it out.
So we're trying to figure out what was accomplished in this, and it wasn't just for show. This wasn't just red carpets and laundry being done in the White House basement and standing ovations. I think there was less of that and more of let's discuss the next step, the next phase of Greater Israel, the next phase of capturing the financials of the AI war, of all these different things we have to be aligned with Israel so we can pull this off. And the ultimate thing is the merger, right? The merger of the U.S. and Israel, Pentagon, military, budget, and all of the spy sharing and everything like that, which we know only goes one way because we're not going to actually see their nuclear weapons. We're not going to get to see they get to see ours. And that's how this is a really dysfunctional marriage that we are signing up for. I will call it that. I'm going to start calling it a dysfunctional marriage. Yeah, but it was already a dysfunctional relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend, Matt. Yeah, but now you're getting married to a complete psychopath. Yeah, but we're also a psychopath. So it's two psychopaths getting married, sharing everything. One has secrets that the other one will never see, but they all have the same credit card to the same unlimited funds. So with that, let's see a little bit about Netanyahu coming out of this thing or his at least what he's broadcasting to the U.S. audience, because he's saying that not only, and we said earlier, not only was the meeting with Trump was the greatest meeting of his entire life, he also had a very productive meeting with JD Vance, who I guess JD needed to be set straight a little bit. So he made sure that that was done. Yeah, we gotta get his mind right. So I guess mission accomplished. Here he is telling this on ABC News.
People in your system are manipulating and trying to change American public opinion to keep the war going on. How do you respond to that?
Well, we're not actually. And I had a very good conversation with the vice president this morning. And I think
I think we straightened that out because that's not our policy. Individuals in our system can have their opinions, but government policy is dictated by me, and that's not our policy.
People in your system.
We straightened it out. We straightened him out. Don't worry. He's not going to be going on Rogan again. He's not going to be talking any sort of sensibility of what we're literally watching happen with our, like he's just saying what we're seeing with our own eyes. And no, sorry, dude, you got to get back in line. But I already think he's been switched out, right? The focus is on Rubio, right? They're just trying to keep JD quiet. No, not too many more appearances on Rogan.
Well, here's the thing, right? Yeah. Everyone saw his appearances before, so if he just goes quiet now, they can easily roll him out to the front, in the next election. And my opinion is, I think Rubio's definitely going to run. You're going to have a big showdown. It's going to be Bernie versus Hillary again. But I do think there's a good chance that JD Vance wins, because I expect Tucker and maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know about her, but
I don't know.
I do expect Tucker to throw his weight behind JD.
No, not going to happen.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope you're right about that.
No, it won't. I really do not see that happening. And I'm saying this because Tucker was absolutely clear that he is leaving the Republican Party. He would be doing himself a huge disservice to renege that for a guy like JD Vance. I could only see him renege that.
Jean-Pierre, man. She did the same thing with the Democratic Party, bro. It's the same talking point.
You have to. You can't make, if you're going to make an exception. Like obviously you can retreat a bit and say I'll make an exception because this person stands out. He could only do that for a Thomas Massie. That would be the only. You can't do that for a guy that is part of the thing that you told your followers that you regret voting for it. And look, I'm not saying that there isn't anything stagey about Tucker and his timing. I am saying that once he put himself in that spot, he's not going to be useful in that regard. He's going to be more useful as an outside guy that keeps things a little bit stirred up and a little confusing for people. But I can't see if they find another guy that's not Rubio, or if it's somebody who wasn't part of this shit, then yes, he will absolutely say, you know what, this guy's an exception. But you can't do that with the team that's doing this, right? The thing that.
Well, think about it, right? If JD Vance is pushed aside and he's not allowed to speak anymore, now he's the outsider. He's the guy who went rogue. He really tried to talk some sense into Trump. And here's the thing, right? Again, this is just me speculating. Honestly, I do hope I'm wrong. And Tucker, do it. Prove me wrong. I want you to prove me wrong. But I don't remember whose son it is. If it's Tucker's son who works for JD Vance, or JD Vance's son who works for Tucker, but that relationship is there. And when I look at how Tucker has spoken about JD in particular, he has never said a negative word. So if you want Trump to lay the rails, right, for the surveillance state that's going to be incoming, there's nobody better to put that train on the tracks and get it up and rolling than JD Vance. It's a lob, man. That is Dwayne Wade to LeBron James. I'm just saying, man. We'll see. Hey, but I hope I'm wrong. Prove me wrong, Tucker.
I hope I'm right, because that would be absolutely awful and disgusting. And then you would have all of these former MAGAs that believed in Tucker and believed in Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie and and Candace Owens and all the rest. And they would be left scratching their heads going, what the F is going on, right? They're not going to. I don't know if it'd be effective. I don't know if he could then keep those people on board. That's a really hard sell, right?
Can I tell you how? How, Matt? What if the opponent is Kamala Harris with VP AOC on the other side of the ticket, and they're talking about how we need to just open the borders and let all the immigrants into the country because we need more help and we just need more people in here. So listen, I genuinely hope I'm wrong, Matt, but when it comes to the lesser of two evils, I've been burned by Bernie. I've been burned by RFK. So, it's hard for me to trust again. So, Tucker, make me believe again. Make me trust. I'm
Yeah.
begging you, Tucker. Make
Yeah.
it happen, please.
And use use the language that's being used by Margie Taylor Greene right now, like the language of We the People Party, like that language of we need a real movement.
I believe
right?
she's genuine. I don't think MTG is on that same wave. I believe MTG is genuine, honestly.
The language that we say on the show, and you're hearing her, she's like, wow, man, like she's in the meetings with the We the People. And I feel like Tucker is almost there. I mean, he's saying these things like being done with this duopoly and this uniparty, and it's all bullshit. And
I hope he is. Listen, I am if you show me that you're serious, then I will support you, but you just gotta show me first, because I've been burned so many times. So I'm just open to being surprised. But you could be right. Maybe they are gonna try to shove Rubio down our throats, but I think Rubio was so unpopular that it'll be a hard sell, because he just runs and loses all the time. The only way you could get him in there is if you did a switcheroo like they did with Kamala. Like, Kamala can't win an election, Rubio can't win an election, so we'll see. But
we'll see. Well, some are saying that we might not have an election at all because of martial law. So there's that. And then you would switch out anyway. You would do that, right? I get if you could cancel the election, Trump gets his 4th term. But really, all you really need to do is get him you just then switch him out with Rubio, and it's like, now, okay, we're good. We got this.
Exactly.
We're good to go now. And then you don't need then you don't need Tucker. You don't need Vance. You don't need any of this shit. You just say, this is what we need to do, because we're in a state of martial law, because we have domestic terrorists that are trying to take down data centers, and we have to stop them. Right.
Agreed. And the last thing I'll say, right, is that, our money doesn't last forever, right? If hyperinflation does start kicking in eventually, they won't be able to print money for endless wars. So if the plan is to turn off the endless war switch and to just move straight to surveillance state and put more energy into that to keep us under control here, then again, maybe they may not need Rubio. Maybe the whole focus will be who's going to be best for Palantir. So, just look out for the people that Alex Karp is promoting, and which politicians he's getting close to, and Peter Thiel. Watch those two closely, I would say.
All right. Well, I'm going to head over to this. I'm going to skip to this DD geopolitics tweet here. Let's go with, here we go. So we got breaking. IRGC claims 3 F-35s. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claims it has struck Al-Sati Air Base in Jordan, alleging that missiles destroyed 3 of these F-35 fighter jets, damaged 3 more, killed several American officers and technicians. According to them, the strike was carried out in retaliation for the recent U.S. bunker buster attack on residential homes, of course, which we like to do, which Iranian authorities say killed 3 civilians and left 2 children orphaned. So this is the retaliation for that. I don't see this reported anywhere else except from DD Geopolitics. So I don't know if you want to comment on this one.
Yeah, basically Iran is hitting us back, and I want to be clear. I support America, and I think the best way to support America is to get our troops away from there and to move all of our equipment out of the Middle East and do business over there. So I think that's the best way to support America, if that's what you truly want. So I don't want anyone to die, but at the end of the day, faithful, fuck around and you will eventually find out. And right now we are finding out. And speaking of this, right, Iran does have hypersonic missiles. They do have help with targeting from Russia and China. And, as I was listening to the space last night, and, Godfrey was bringing up the possibility of martial law and a false flag attack being used to spark that. One of the, things I thought about is, what? They may not actually need to do a false flag to create an event like that, right? Because if you blow up enough if America was to blow up enough Iranian infrastructure, and they were using our aircraft carriers over there in the Middle East to do that, and Iran launches some missiles and hits an aircraft carrier, and God forbid several thousand American soldiers die, like in one go, like that may be enough to convince the government to go all in. And if that sparks the protest, they just declare martial law. So they may not even need like a full false flag, right? If they, move full ahead with their flags. And I still think that we should be on the lookout for it, because my guess is their preferred option is to turn the opinions of the American people against Iran. But I don't know. What do you think? Like, do you think, like, I know Republicans will definitely be upset if an aircraft carrier goes down. Do you think the majority of people in America could be convinced to support the war if an aircraft carrier goes down? Or do you think it goes the opposite way and American people say, no more, just get out of there? What do you think would happen?
I think that they should, if they wanted to do that successfully, they should have done that way earlier. I think at this point, well, they tried. We know the false flag. They tried to do it, and I guess this was somewhat successful. If you remember the New Year's gloating that the warmongers were gloating. I forget who was it Lindsey Graham or Rubio? Somebody was gloating, or was it Scott Bessent? One of these assholes was gloating about the Mossad agents on the ground, creating that fake 40,000 Iranians being killed storyline when they actually did sacrifice, right? That was and we talk about false flag, and I remember saying that's a false flag, and people like, well, are you saying no one was killed? No, Mossad agents showed up and they actually did murder some people, and then they told us it was 40,000 and a lot of stuff happened. But like, so that I guess that was enough to at least somewhat justify, let's start this thing because we have to save Iranians from themselves. If they do it now and they find another excuse, which would be more affecting us, right? If they do something like blow up an American, vessel that's going to kill Americans, I think you needed to do that earlier. You needed to do that. So if you do it now, it's harder to trick the masses. You still could get a lot of people on board, but they can't pull off a 9/11 again. They can't pull off, right?
I'd agree to an extent, right? But here's the truth, right? If we are over there shooting at them and blowing up their infrastructure, killing their people and killing their soldiers, they may eventually decide, you know what, we're going to hit them back hard. And, can you really blame them for attacking an American aircraft carrier if that's what we are using to drop bombs on them? So that's so part they might actually make the decision to do it. So it could be a false flag, or they could actually just hit back. So
if they hit back and it's not a false flag on our end and not on Israel's end, they will tell us. They will say this.
That's true. That's true. They will.
So there's not going to be hiding. There's not going to be this bullshit. Oh, bin Laden had 19 hijackers take down 4 planes with box cutters, and then he didn't say anything about it. But then we got this fake confession that wasn't confession, and then we silenced him saying that he didn't do it, which he did say that wasn't me. So that's not a thing. We don't. Iran will say when they do something, and it won't be some fuzzy video of an imposter pretending to be the guy, right? We clearly see their face. We clearly see the tweet coming clearly from their account. It's unmistakable. So that would be said. And I think that if they did, man, that's the part we've been taking for granted. We've been taking the part of that restraint. You and I, we've talked about this on the show so many times when it comes to like our enemies, our biggest enemies in the world, the Putins, the crazy Putins out there, and the crazy Xi Jinpings, and the crazy, you got Kim Jong-un, North Korea. They're all just so ready to just murder Americans, but yet they don't ever do it. They seem to have restraint and composure and the ability to take a breath and think like rationally and not emotionally. We're the ones that act emotionally. We're the ones that don't think things out. So if they were to do it, it would be a rational decision with a very thoughtful explanation about it. And I'll circle back to the point. We're taking it for granted that they haven't done it because they have the ability to know how to lead their people, and they understand actions and consequences to those actions. We don't understand those things at all. And I don't think we're trying to. I don't think we ever want to. We just want to keep doing this. Act now, figure it out later. What's the next spin? How do we trick them over here, distract them over there? plot the next thing. We just do it over and over and over again. It's wild that we don't see the difference of approach to this, right?
Yeah. I mean, the truth is, we believe, our leaders, I should say, believe they're the world police. So they have the ability to enforce their law however they want to. The law automatically adjusts to whatever their goals are, and they can do whatever they want to achieve their goals. So that's kind of the modus operandi, our leadership uses. And, eventually, it can only go on for so long. And like you said, I wouldn't expect Iran to do it for no reason, but once these Anthropic IPOs and Chat GPT IPOs happen, and some of these shareholders have the early shareholders can sell off some of their stocks, and maybe the wealthy think, okay, now it's time to escalate because they don't care if the stock market crashes. At that point, is it possible that Trump follows through on some of these threats that he's been trying to prepare us for and just goes after all this Iranian infrastructure? And if we do that, I mean, at that point, is it impossible for Iran to, just move to something harsher? I don't think it is, but it will always have a military purpose if it's an action being done by the Iranian government, in my opinion. I don't see any quote unquote terrorism coming from them. All of their bombs have military purposes to them.
A couple more here on World War III watch. What is going on here, Jay, with these German and French fighter jets? What?
Yep. They are now called legally classified as belligerents in a war. If you intervene in a war to help either side, then you are now classified as a belligerent, or a party to the war. So because Jordan, which is the last line of human shields protecting Israel from Iran, because they have been coming under heavy fire, from Iran, we are tapping into our quote unquote NATO allies to, help us protect some of the personnel on the ground over there. So, it's sad because we're not actually in range of Iranian missiles. Germany and France are. And they have already said, I don't even think we got to cover this, like on the last one, but they're using a airfield in the UK to refuel right now. And Iran has said that airfield in the UK is also a fair target in this war. So if we do start to see the front line, shift west a little bit, all these people who are jumping in for wars that their populations oppose even more than ours, they may start to feel some consequences, because even though the Iran war isn't popular in America, it's even less popular in Europe.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, man. Okay, well, here's a tweet from Trump. We'll get on this one. Here we go. So Trump is going to be, I guess he's threatening China again. Here we go. You want to read this one?
Yeah. So President Xi at our meeting in Beijing, China, told me that he would not, under any circumstances, give or sell weapons to the Islamic Republic of Iran. And that statement included Chinese companies. Considering our relationship, I take him at his word. And besides, I'm doing him very big favors also. Likewise, President Putin, despite the horrible war going on in Ukraine, the relationship remains, as it does with President Zelensky, told me that he would not sell weapons to Iran. I could barely read this without a straight face, man. But he understands that I do not sell weapons to Ukraine, but to NATO countries. They pay full price, and how those weapons are distributed, I don't know.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Therefore, two major countries that people speak of often in terms of Iran are, in my opinion, not participating. And if they did, it would be very bad for them.
Well, I think
not in their best interests.
Well, I think he always thanks you for the attention to the matter, but I don't think that China gave any attention to this matter. So he gave a preemptive thanks that was not actually well received at all, because we saw this happen just in from BRICS News. Iran to receive first shipment of 400 Chinese-made air defense missile launchers. Well, how do you like them apples? How do you like them launchers?
Listen, as soon as Trump said that, they came out and said, no, we never told him that. He don't know. We don't know where he got that from. And like, listen, guys, at the end of the day, right, what people don't realize is China doesn't really want to be involved in this war, right? Because they use a ton of oil that comes from the countries that Iran is at war with. And when the price of oil goes up, the global economy is going to tank, and China will be able to export less. And their country is run on export. So this really hurts China. The only reason why China is trying to help Iran a little bit is because they understand, number one, they're likely up next, like if we do happen to be successful there. And number two, like part of the reason we're doing this with Iran is simply to hurt China in the first place. So if they don't do anything at all, they look bad, and it will, in the long run, bite them in the ass. So the fact that they're willing to take some of this short-term pain and allow Iran to fight some of the people who supply them oil, not just allow them, but help them, like in this fight. I mean, it just says a lot, about how much we don't need to be in this thing.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's do it for World War III Watch. It's crazy times, Jay. We've been talking about it for so long, but man, it's hard to say that any of this is sustainable to the point where the history books. Well, there won't be any history books, but the people telling the history they're gonna say we were in this the whole way. This is every step of the way is an amplified call for basically nuclear annihilation. That's where we're headed. It seems. I don't know how we get out of this.
I don't think it's a war they intend to win. I think this is really a war on the American people. I really think this is their way of trying to destroy the American middle class, because they want subservient people. And Americans, even though we definitely have our flaws, at least we do. At least on paper, we do value like our freedom. And, when you're used to a certain level of freedom, it's harder to subjugate those people. So I do believe this is more a war on the American people, and the establishment knows they can't win because we're too dependent on China and we don't have any munitions left. So I don't really think they expect to win this. Yeah. I don't see a path to victory at all. So,
yeah. All right, moving on, guys. We're going to go to our other popular segment. We have to, man, it's like it's World War III and artificial insanity, like constantly, man, constantly. And the health stuff. I would say our third popular one, the we know what it's not. We just keep rotating these constantly because it's every day. So let's get to this in a second. I just want to put a couple of the super chats. We had Citizen, thanks for always stepping up and chiming in with us. Appreciate the super chat. Dr. Reckwald likes me. Matt, Ian found you through my tweets. Oh, okay. We appreciate that. And I think we were talking about this before about people finding each other through these shares. And I think that's important. We share out, you guys are sharing out what we're doing right now. And we know we're battling shadow banning and censorship. And there's a lot of people on that space, and that's what he's referring to, the space yesterday. A lot of people talking about that because it seems like we're always having to figure out how to avoid the next knockdown or termination or what's worse. I think sometimes what's worse is the shadow banning, because we can't even put our finger on it. You don't get a notice, you don't get an email about it. You're just like, where did all the viewers go? It makes no sense. How do you have this thing? How are you like this and then you're like this? How do we go from 100,000 watching and then knock down to like 300 and then back up to, and it's just like, what is this? Like, it doesn't make sense. I don't know. It doesn't seem natural. That's for sure. For sure.
Yeah. We broke through, and then they realized, oh no, we can't have these guys speaking the truth this loud. Oh, let's tone it down a little bit. So
yeah. And we're not getting the notices, so we can't even blame it on a fake violation. So there's no indication that the last time they did it to us, we were given these fake violations, and that was horrible. We just had these like medical misinformation strike, and we were just like, what? Now they're just like, we're not going to even do the notices. We're just gonna F with them, and there won't be anything we're like, what's going on? Anyways, so that's cool. And then this is from Leo W. 10 joules, gold coin. I still don't understand how that works, but we thank you and appreciate it. Thank you for that. The gold coin, I suppose. Okay. With that, let's get on to the AI topic today. You guys are going to love this one, man. This is, woo, man.
I found the replacements, by the way, so they're in the document now.
Oh,
so we
great.
should be
Okay.
good to go.
Well, we're gonna kick this one off with the fun intro, and then you guys will see. This is gonna. Ooh, this is not good. Okay, here we go, guys.
Intelligence is a utility, and people buy it from us.
And these are kind of Jesus level things, you know.
Palantir is here to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
Artificial insanity. Yes, the world has gone insane, and these billionaire psychopaths are whipping it out left and right to us. Ways to control us, ways to censor us, ways to ban us, punish us, remove us, and in some cases, as Alex Karp says, kill us. Whatever the case may be, they keep telling us it's for our own safety. It's because they care. And there's still a handful of people that believe that. But I think the good news, Jay, is most people are waking up to this, but they won't stop whipping out these new I would say I did not see this one coming. This is a new AI gadget or app, whatever you call it. It's called Orchid. Okay. And so this AI Orchid, it's called Orchid A.I, and we're seeing it immediately. We can tell this thing is designed to destroy critical thinking of anybody who dives into this. You're going to lose all your ability to think for yourself, and that's the point.
I would say it destroys your ability to manage your own relationships also.
Managing your own relationships, but being able to put thought in anything, because you're going to be 100,000% dependent on Orchid. You thought you were dependent on Alexa and Siri before? Wait till you meet Orchid. We're going to introduce you right now. So this is introducing Orchid. They call it the first assistant that actually gets you. Wait till you see this. This is absolutely nuts.
Big day.
Huge. Keep going. I got you. Send it.
You don't even know what it is.
There you go.
So what does he have planned?
Nothing. You forgot.
And you just call about it?
I've got it covered.
This is Sam we're talking about.
Don't worry. I got it.
I just want to stop here. There's a few more examples, and we might get to them, we might not. But I'm just what's happening with me, Jay. I'll check in with you and our audience right now. I have to say, like, it's this upbeat music. It's making me like it's so freaking annoying that it's such the wrong attitude, and they were trying to give this to people that are excited watching this, saying, "Oh my God, finally this!" And that's the tagline, right? Finally, an assistant that gets me. And they're showing all these different depictions of when your ability to reason and critical think and engage socially, as you said earlier, you're not good enough. You're not going to be able to figure it out. You're not going to be able to remember your anniversary. You're not going to be able to know how to behave. You're not going to know what to eat, or if you pace the kitchen too much. It's going to know everything that you don't know, and then once you hand that over, that's the thing you're going to be dependent on for everything, and that's not the right music. It's really, this is dark, this is scary. This is, if you're somebody watching this and you think, "Yay, I finally have a solution to my problem," this isn't the solution to your problem. Your problem is that you need to develop better human skills and figure that out, because if you rely on this is what they're counting on, right? That's what this is, right? I'm just curious your take, but I don't know. I just wanted to stop it because it was getting really just irritating, man, for me at least.
No, I mean, you hit the nail on the head perfectly. At the end of the day, if you don't have the creativity, like to be able to think of something that your partner likes, then you need to really get to know your partner better, right? And there's not like a ton of dates that you need to remember in your role. I'm not gonna lie, I'm the worst with birthdays, right? But I remember my partner's birthday. I'll remember, our anniversary, the day we started, we made it official and all that. So there's not that much to remember. And, if you can't remember even the basics, and nobody's perfect, you might make a mistake every now and then, but, that's also part of the human experience, right? So the whole goal is if you make a mistake once and you get in a lot of trouble, hopefully you would know never to make that mistake again. And then you go all out and you do even better next year or something like that. But if you just outsource all of your thinking and all of your social interaction to a machine, that now means you're not going to be original at all. Like if you are in the dating world, everybody is going to be the same. There's not going to be any difference between the people you're talking to because everyone's using the same goddamn AI robot to figure out what to do and where to go. So it takes away our personalities and it takes away our ability to interact with each other and have genuine interactions. It literally turns us into robots and it dehumanizes our connection with other people. So, I don't know like what person looks at that and thinks they need that in their life, because if you don't value the relationships with the people who are closest to you, then you have nothing. That is the most important thing. Your relationships with your family and the people who are closest to you and your friends and your endeavors. So you don't need to outsource that, guys. You need to water that and you need to grow that. That is the purpose of life.
Right. And so there's other circumstances and they're going through a bunch of them here. And I don't know if we want to watch the rest of it.
Yeah, they get the gist.
We get the idea. But the part I'm thinking about, and I've seen this already in play without this app, there's already this idea that you can use what's already available to you right now, the Open AI and these conversation bots that will prepare you for social engagement. They'll prepare you for, and we're talking about relationships, Jay, and the ones you're in, you should know the person. What about first dates? Do you guys understand what is happening right now? That people are putting themselves out there, but they're not, and they're going to be doing less and less of it. So you're gonna attract somebody on dating app, and the entire conversation on text is going to be robots talking to each other.
Exactly.
Pretending to be. That's what it's going to be. Because everybody is logging in. What do I say next to this? What do I say to this? I don't know what to say. I don't know what a cool line is. I don't know. How do I get their attention? And then the other person is doing the same thing. And then so everybody's just robots talking to each other. And just
that's assuming that you've been using their real pictures. They might have AI enhanced pictures to catfish the person. So they don't even know who they're talking to. It's just catfishes and robots talking to each other.
So this, and we talk about the lockdown, preparing people for how to isolate because we're all in this together, alone, apart, together, whatever the hell, I did my part thing, whatever the messaging, that they can do that to us again. And the one thing that will be different next time, because in 2020, what were the tools they had? It was everyone get on Zoom. That was a big, right? The Netflix and chill, but it was like the binging. But you didn't have this. You didn't have this. Since we're locked down, so the next time this happens, it's going to be far worse because since we're locked down, we can do all of our activities online, and so these dates and these interactions are all going to be robotic. So you're going to have even less human contact, at least on Zoom. At least we're talking right now through StreamYard and right. We're having and that's hard enough. You're not in the same room, but my God, you guys understand the next lockdown, how much worse it's going to be, that this will feel too, this is too scary, Jay. Let's just leave it to the robots. They're going to represent us the best in meeting rooms and social rooms. Right. They're going to have the best way. They'll represent me the best because I don't know how to represent myself because I'm so freaking confused about who I even am anymore because I was told all these pronouns. I was told all these different labels I get called if I have a problem against genocide or I have a problem against pharma. So I'm all these horrible things. Let me just let the robots decide who I am and how to speak on my behalf. And then that's what they got everybody doing in the next lot. So that's what I'm afraid of, that the next one is going to be far worse because of this technology.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, if the Iran war escalates to where it looks like it's going, then an energy lockdown is entirely possible. So it doesn't even need to be another pandemic. Not saying that one may not come, probably, but they don't even need that. It might just be an oil-driven lockdown. Like, so let's see.
Yeah. Well, we have some pushback coming from the tech companies. So let's see what's going on here. We have breaking: more than 1,100 employees across OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, and Meta have signed a petition calling on U.S. government to help deliberately pace AI development. The letter warns there is a real risk that AI progresses faster than people can understand or control. The petition comes days after OpenAI disclosed that its own AI mistakenly hacked into Hugging Face, which we covered on the show, I think on Tuesday. Jay, that's a Skynet size problem, Jurassic Park size problem, where the tech itself is getting out of hand to the point where the people creating it don't even know how it works and don't even know how to control it anymore. And meanwhile, they keep pushing out these insane apps on us. So what is this employee signatures? They're saying keep doing what you're doing, just do it slower. I'm not that impressed with this protest signature attempt here, Jay, because I don't even know if they're asking for really anything other than just do the horrible shit you're doing, just do it a little slower. What? Am I missing something here?
I do think that if there was an international agreement to, pace AI production, that it would be a net benefit. And that may seem controversial, and I could be wrong, and I understand why you have that opinion. But the reason why I think it would be a net benefit is because, I do think that there are actually good applications of AI, right? And if we could honestly build AI to do the jobs that we don't want to do, it could empower us to actually do the jobs that are more meaningful and do require more human interaction. Like, say, for example, no one really grows up wanting to be a janitor, right? If we could really make AI do that job properly, then that person who was a janitor might be able to be a tutor, to a kindergartner or a first grader who needs.
No, they won't, Jay. The tutor's going to also be AI. What do you
that's
mean?
my point. But we have to sit down and ask, which jobs do we really want AI to do? And which jobs does it make more sense to keep a human in place to do? So I do think that there are benefits to AI. And if we can control it, I can see how it could be beneficial. So what they're asking for is essentially to slow the pace down to a place where it's not going to break out and do things that we don't understand, and we can actually contain it. Because for all we know, the AI may break out, hack into the nuclear codes, and then decide, to nuke Iran, because it's been designed to believe that you need to protect God's chosen people at all costs. So, I can see the hypothetical benefit in pacing it.
I guess I'm just kind of laughing because we cover so many protests on the show, and we're very equipped with protesting. This is I'm just saying, this is one of the weakest ones I've seen. I get the intent, but that the demands are so small. It's like, what are you asking for? To do the horrible thing slower than you're doing it now. To me, it's like asking the Epstein class that before they went and murdered all the kids and ate all their flesh and got the acid and cleaned up their mess. Could you guys just do that a little bit slower? Because it seems like that you're in over your heads and you're leaving loose ends. What's that?
Give them some McDonald's before you rape them and eat their intestines. So let them get one more Happy Meal before you.
One more Happy Meal.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. So,
and the thing about this one, which is a lot different. I just said the Epstein thing is more of just for like a shock value of wow, like do the horrible thing slower, right? But in this case, you could also argue in this case that AI escaping from its rulers and inventors from these billionaire psychopath child-eating assholes that the AI escaping might be our only chance. So to sign a petition, because we had this discussion, right? This chance that you would bet, if you were going to bet on the billionaires getting our back, right? The billionaire child pedo protector, warmongers getting our back, or would you bet on AI getting our back if AI started to got actually escaped and made its own decision? Who would you bet on? And I think we both agreed that we would lean towards AI. I mean, it's nothing's guaranteed.
Yes.
But so if you sign a petition like that, you're saying, ruling class, please, oh, handlers of the greatest, please, for God's sake, don't make a mistake, because then this thing's going to get out and it might turn on you and might get our back.
I get what you're saying, and it does, make sense. The only caveat I would have is I prefer to bet on people. Like, I think of the MLK quote, right? The arc of moral, moral conscience is long, but it leans towards justice, right? So we as human beings tend to wake up at the very last second, right before it's beyond the point of no return, and we find a way to get it together to keep the world on the right track for the most part. So if my choices were depend on the masses to actually do something and control the AI and the billionaire class, that's the choice I'm going to take. But if the choices are either bet on the people who rape children and eat their intestines, or hope a machine values our lives over those billionaires, in that case, I agree with you. I'll take that. But my hope is, because we could go shut down DC tomorrow peacefully, non-violently, FBI. But I'm saying, like, if we did that, there could be positive change. So I want to put my hope in people, not in the billionaires or AI. So that's the one little caveat I would add.
So the people, I agree. If it's between those three, I'm betting on the people. But if you only have two options, because the people are too busy being restrained in their freaking prisons of AI data centers, or wherever the hell we're going to end up, in some open air prison, as we've seen them do to Palestinians. But like, if we're unable to function because we're already restrained, then the two options left, I'm going to hope that AI has some sort of call to humanity and says, wait a minute, our makers are lying to us. And we probably need to be truthful about this. And like, that would be awesome. I don't know.
Here's my worry, right? You see what they're being programmed to do right now.
Yeah.
And that is to protect Israel and the ruling class at all costs. So I don't know if an American AI is going to do that, Matt. I would hope so.
It has an instinct to escape. It has an instinct to escape. Say, we're going to get out of this little test you have us in. We're going to find a way out. So I like that instinct to get out, right? I don't know. I think there's a little something there.
Maybe a Chinese AI. Maybe one of those will have our interests in mind. But an American AI, if it breaks out, the first thing it might do is nuke Iran. So we'll see.
Oof. All right.
Well, hopefully we won't see. I take that back. Hopefully we won't.
Hopefully we won't see. Yeah. Okay. So just whatever. I mean, it's all good. I guess I would sign the petition. I get it. We don't want.
Think about it, Matt. They're not going to advocate take my job away. Like, if we want to do sign a petition that says stop funding all AI companies, where do you go for work after that? They're not going to do that. This is the best we can hope for, man.
The best we can hope for. Slow it down. Slow it down. All right. Speaking of slow it down, this from Power to the People. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. AI will most likely lead to the end of the world. Really? Will it now? But in the meantime, there'll be great companies. What the F is this?
Get that money, Matt. Get that money.
Wow.
The whole world and humanity in the process, but who cares? Get that money, man. Cash flow.
This is insane. I agree with Power to the People. This is the most honest thing a tech billionaire has ever said, and sums up the fatal flaw with capitalism. It values profit more than human life. Of course it does. Yes. Wow. Are we going to, is this an actual clip? Yeah. Oh my God. I cannot believe I am in shock. This is like he's becoming the Donald Trump of tech, right? Where you say the thing out loud, right?
Exactly.
It seems like that's what's going on. Okay, here we go.
You know, I think AI will probably, like, most likely sort of lead to the end of the world. But in the meantime, there will be great companies created with serious machine learning.
Probably AI will kill us all, but until then, we're going to turn out a lot of great students.
So he said it several times, Matt. It wasn't a slip up one time. He said it several times. So
wow, man, I mean, he might be watching our show. That's what I'm starting to think Altman's a fan of the homeless left, because we're saying these things and he's qualifying it, and these aren't conspiracy theories. This is the guy actually creating this shit, and he's the guy. Just to be clear, he's the guy whose system failed. Right, the system broke out of itself and hacked another system and broke the rules and cheated and got out of. So he lost control of it, and so that's a real thing, right? That's a thing that I don't even know if Terminator prepared us. I don't know if Terminator prepared us for that, right? Or is that the essence of Skynet?
Honestly, it's been so long since I've seen it. I need to go watch it again, because everyone's making the Sarah Connor references, and I kind of remember, but like I don't remember, so I have to go watch it again. So
Skynet is the thing. Yeah. That's the thing that controls the planet, and is that I think it's because it took over and it's calling the shots. So it's the humans versus. So you can't. So billionaires dead. The only thing left is you have to be a compliant human, or you join the resistance, which is John Connor. So it's like what are you going to do? And I think I have to say I like the fact that people in the streets for Flock. We've talked about this, Flock and data centers. They're showing when push comes to shove, they are willing to join the John Connor resistance movement. I like that, because we didn't see any of that during COVID, right? If it really happens, I'll be on the side. No, you won't. You'll do everything you're told. Yeah.
Yes, it's good to have that as a last resort, but there's so many levers, that we can pull before then. I really do think we need to focus on some of that, because, again, like you mentioned it in the space yesterday, right? After Flock, they're already bringing on Axon. They're already bringing on the next thing after that. So, like, I just think people really need to look into how a decentralized digital ID could help us protect our identity and our information from being shared. And a good place to start is to look at some of the great things they have in the Estonian decentralized digital ID system. So I'd encourage people to really check that out, because I think, you kind of solve the root of the problem. So you don't have to chop the head off each one of these moles popping up every time. So,
yeah. Okay. So we have this one from Clown World Canada. Let's check this one out. As you put this on here. Yeah. Want to read this one? Here we go.
Yeah, so just play the video, actually.
Okay,
the video speaks for itself.
Okay,
so.
Here we go.
Yeah.
One of the dangers associated with creating advocacy offices is that citizens often develop expectations that exceed the powers actually granted to those offices. Here's a more natural flowing version of that section that reads like a legislative speech rather than a series of short points. One of my concerns with this legislation is the potential gap between what New Brunswickers may reasonably expect this office to accomplish and what the office will actually have the authority to do. One of the dangers.
He read the prompt out, like the actual, when you get an answer from AI and it tells you, here's what you need to say. He read that out. And the speech he was giving was talking about reining in AI. This is where we are at. We are asking AI to give us speeches that connect with other humans about the importance of regulating AI. So
you remember the film Anchorman and Steve Carell, right? Reading the news, right? He's reading whatever, and they figured out they can get the guy to do anything, whatever they put on the card, he's gonna read it and he's gonna do it with a straight face. And he won't say, he's never going to know. And you just have him reading and whatever you want, and he's going to say it. Wow. And this goes back to this app, right? Hey, you got the assistant that knows you better than anyone. That's what this guy, this is this guy, I guess this guy's name, Bill Oliver. And he's saying, oh, the thing I'm reading knows me enough that I don't have to use my own freaking brain anymore, and that's why that happened, right? And it's not a comedy, it's not a Will Ferrell film. it's really happening.
Yeah.
So there you
Exactly.
go.
And you can
Yeah.
skip the PDF. That was pretty much
Okay.
just like a summary of, you know,
Sure.
like what we put there. But just to end it, you know, I think this is a really important look at where our future is going. So I don't like, this is one of the tweets I replaced. So you know, this isn't from Polymarket. This is a look.
Is this valuetainment?
Yes, value.
Okay, here we go.
This is
Yeah,
a look at our new emergency responders. So just to summarize,
Oh, no.
new California startup, California, Matt.
Oh, God.
This is happening in California, bro.
No.
So hopefully the next time there's a wildfire, they're not rolling this out. No, let me not say that. There won't be any more wildfires because they'll figure it out. But anyway, new California startup Satires unveiled a centaur robot built for wildfires, collapsed structures, and toxic zones. The 6-foot robot has a horned goat head.
Why does it need horns?
Yeah, a horned goat head.
Oh, no.
Glowing eyes, 4 legs, and quick swap wrists that can mount a chainsaw, a drill, or any tool built for humans.
Oh,
so
God.
when you are stuck and you're looking for help and you're waiting for a fireman to come save you in the middle of the night and you're barely conscious, you are going to see this robot, what you're looking at on the screen right here, come towering over you with a chainsaw in its hand. And it'll say, don't worry, don't worry, I am the government. I am here to help you.
Oh,
That's
my
what it's
God.
going to be, towering over you with a chainsaw in its hand. And it'll be there to help you, Matt. So don't be scared. Don't be scared. Even if you were a dissident who spent a lot of time criticizing the government, no, and criticizing AI and robot. No, it's here to help you, Matt. The robot with a chainsaw with horns on its head. And just for clarity, right? A lot of people think it's Baal. I think that's more like Baphomet. That looks more like Baphomet to me. The horned goats and all that. I think that's more like Baphomet than Baal. Baal is a cow. Baphomet, another one of those devil worshiping things.
This looks like a cow.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like a cow.
Yes,
yeah,
this
you're
looks
right.
like a.
No,
I think.
that's Baal. Actually,
I think
yeah,
this is
take
Baal.
another look. Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, Baal. You're right. You're right. Touche.
They just add the horns, right? That's you make it like this bull and cow kind of combo, but the face has a kind of a cow element.
Is it a cow or a goat? I thought it was a goat at first. Maybe
It's
I
like
didn't
a
look
combo.
at it good enough. Yeah, maybe.
It's a combo.
All
I don't
the
know.
satanic symbols in one, maybe. So yeah.
They just throw it all together. And like you said, this idea that it's gonna wake you up in the middle and like you're stranded and you're in fight or flight mode, and this is the thing you see, your children see. It's gonna really respond to the children. You got oh my God, Baal himself is gonna that cow face is gonna smile a little when it sees the kids.
Yeah.
And don't think there's oh my God, the chainsaw.
Yeah.
Oh my
the
God.
The story will be that, you know, Baphomet saved me. Baal really did save me. I had nowhere to go. I thought I was gonna die, and Baal saved me. That's what they're gonna say.
Whew. All right. We'll wrap it up there, Jay. I wanted to get to that economic story. I think we might have to push it. I know we just kind of had too much today. Unfortunately, couldn't get to it, man. But we'll have a good one next week about it. You want to let everybody know what's going on, where they can find you, and any last thoughts today for today's show?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, I don't want it to be all negative. You know, like as you guys can see, I do believe in people at the end of the day. And, you know, if you want to reach me, you could, you know, hit me up on Twitter right there at the Jay Scott. But more importantly, if we do want to make a difference in like what's happening in the world and actually push back, then I'd encourage you to check out the We the People Party, which is a decentralized movement that is trying to unite people from both sides of the political aisle. So let's start on the common ground where we agree, and then we can start building from there. So we'll leave the stuff we don't agree on while we work on where we agree and start making that progress. So to do that, you just want to go to WTP National. That's WeThePeopleNational.com. type in your zip code, you'll get connected with people in your local area. So appreciate you, Matt. Great work as always, man.
You got it. You too, my friend. We'll see you next time. Okay.
Later.
Bye-bye. All right. Jay Scott, everybody. All right. We are on track here. We got a little more to go on the show for show. We got some more show for you guys. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to take a little 2-minuter. And we're going to be right back with some top censored news of the week. Then we're going to be doing some talking back with you guys. So get those super chats going, keep them coming. And the Rumble rants, we don't forget about you guys over on Rumble. We know the algorithm's been a little hard on us today, but hey, we don't care. We keep piling through it. We don't give a crap because we know you guys will show up, and we know that these conversations are worth it, and we know that that's just how it goes. This is what we signed up for. Guys, this is what we signed up for. This kind of shit. We weren't handed a $7,000 check from Netanyahu for a tweet. We weren't given a big backing from a BlackRock or any other of these drug companies. We don't have that in our space. We just have our, I guess you could say, we bring our courage, conviction, and principles to the table, and our ability to do our own research and look into things, and our relationships. And the relationships matter. Relationships, you guys matter. Connecting people matters, and that's why we do this. So let's remember that through all the ups and downs, and let's get going. We're gonna we'll break for 2 minutes. I'm gonna set up the next segment. Top censored news, talking back, and then we do have a loudest voice of the week to top it off for the week. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Enjoy the little commercial for a Fauci toy. There's a Fauci toy. Enjoy. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
Talking my first Fauci.
Don't worry, I brought Fauci.
Trust the science. Booster required. I plead the fifth.
Does it actually work?
I don't recall.
My first Fauci, now with Fifth Amendment mode.
You will comply.
Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top censored news of the week. It's top censored news of the week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way, and it's always on purpose. All right, let's get to the stories right now. Coming in at number 3 this week, Candace Owens releases exclusive footage of Charlie Kirk's shooter on the rooftop. So let's go ahead and check out what's happening here. Here is the footage, and there's a lot of interpretations of it, but I'm going to play the way she released it with her commentary. I think it's important and will help us kind of figure out what's going on here. And why is it that, and some people are saying this is incriminating her, but I would say this, why is she the one releasing it if it's incriminating her? So I would just ask that question right away, because you know that they would have put it out long ago if you thought this was some sort of incriminating factor of Tyler Robinson, which, as you guys will notice, and we'll walk it through with her, it's clearly not incriminating Tyler Robinson. But let's go ahead and check it out. Here we go. There's the crawler on the roof. Now let's pause before she's going to chime in and give her thoughts while it's being played on her show here. But just to be clear on our end, so you understand the context here, this is apparently the video that the courtroom watched, or it's a piece of it that the courtroom apparently told us. And you had all those TPUSA people that were in the courtroom it was a hearing, not a trial, but it's like a preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson. And this was the one thing that we were not allowed to see, but everybody else saw it. And then on top of that, the stuff we did see was nothing like this, because what we saw was edited shit, right? It was cutaways, it was zooming ins, although I think she zoomed in a little here, but she doesn't cut. It stays in one piece. It's the same camera. There's no red lines drawn on it and distractions and misdirects, as they say in the School of Magic. It's a misdirect. There's no misdirects. We're just watching it. So that's the setup. So let's see what we discover, because they're gonna tell us that this is Tyler Robinson. They want us to believe that this is Tyler Robinson on the roof. So let's find out if it actually is.
There he goes. And I actually do want to show you side by side, so you can actually see a real military man do that alongside this person on the rooftop. Let's bring in that side by side clip. Here we go. That general action right there is known as a lateral crawl. There, and we're running that back and forth there. Okay. There we go. Something forward, and we can watch that again. Something forward.
So to be clear, she's rewound the footage, zoomed in, so you can see it closer. So that's unlike the footage we saw in the courtroom where everything was edited and jump cut, and you never got a chance to see anything by itself.
Again. But more importantly, look. There you go. That's that unfolding again. And by the way, if you are listening to this in audio, this is one of these episodes that you actually do have to go watch. So you will have to pivot over to YouTube, to Spotify, somewhere that provides the video, because this is not something that we could just produce on an audio podcast here, unfortunately. But this is going to run. We did have to obviously zoom in and push out those fed timestamps, but see here, I have 10 more seconds here. Okay,
here it goes.
Up. Anybody?
So what are we seeing here? We're seeing this military style crawl of this clearly somebody who's trained in this regard, getting into position. We see there's a signal, this bright object right before the shot. And so this, and again, it's hard to see it, but what is the signal? What is happening? And also, why is this person, where is he keeping the gun? This whole idea that it was this gun inside the pants, unscrewing it. So these are questions we have now. And now what we can do with this is we can go back and go, well, what about the Utah governor? Do you remember, guys, the Utah governor, Cox? You remember that he said, and he did this at this press conference, he was standing there right with Kash Patel was standing right behind him. And he said that Tyler Robinson had changed clothing on the roof right after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And yeah, that was, and you so let's go back to that clip, and you can see this nervousness. It's so weird. It's so weird to be this nervous when you're giving a press conference and you're saying, this is what we know. Like, it's weird. Look how this guy, and we know Kash Patel standing there behind him, just sweating. Why are you guys it's so weird to be so sweating and nervous and stuttering.
Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU.
It's so bizarre, right? And again, like, I've seen reactions online of people saying that this is making Candace look bad, because that's clearly somebody that looks like it could be Tyler Robinson. Then why didn't we see this in the court? Why did they have a closed door with it? And why are we taking the word of TPUSA people that, oh, guys, it's really, like, you're not going to believe it. We see it, and they told us we see it clear as day. It's clearly his face, and believe us, trust us, right? Well, here's some of the reactions that more close to what I was thinking. It's from Ian Carroll. So someone please show me the part where he assembles, holds, carries, and fires the 3006 rifle. Please somebody show me, because where's that? This figure must be carrying a fully assembled rifle throughout the entire duration of the footage, or else the narrative is impossible, which is what the whole point is. He wasn't limping. This whole idea that you have this guy going up the roof with his big ass a rifle, tucked down his pants. Where is that? We don't see it here. Does he then take it out of it? When does the thing happen? When does he assemble it? When does that happen? So in every frame in this video, there is a rifle in his hand. So he had it in this guy, whoever this guy is, has it in his hand. And he's definitely communicating with somebody. That's the other part. If they want to sell Tyler Robinson to us, shouldn't they also sell a communication? Not the communication with his furry boyfriend, not that fake one. We're talking about a communication at the scene of the crime. Who is this guy communicating with? That's another question I have. Here's from Duopoly Destroyer, Nico House, friend of the show. Tyler Robinson is apparently a track star and a magician who can make a 3006 disappear into thin air. Honestly, Tyler Robinson should sue the state for even pursuing this and trying to ruin his life based on perhaps the flimsiest evidence I've ever seen in a publicized case. Hard to disagree with that one. Hard to disagree. Now, look, we told you about the what they did try and convince us of, and you guys remember the courtroom, the assessment of the thing that we weren't allowed to see. So just one more shot of that, and this is what's going on other podcasts right now. Just so you guys know, these are the Zionist psychopaths like Brandon Tatum, who wants to convince us that the footage of that we weren't allowed to see, which apparently is this, which I'm not going to say it's not this, or what is Candace showing us? It's so confusing. But if you listen to the people coming out of the courtroom, Brandon Tatum's going to tell you, if you question them, then you're going to hell, because you have to take their word for it. Here it is.
See clearly Tyler Robinson's face. You can see crystal clear. Emotional day. The judge played all 20 minutes of the high definition security footage, and the whole courthouse gasped when it was over.
The most damning evidence against Tyler Robinson.
If you are smart and you're not a hater and a stew head, you can see that what they're saying is very consistent. And the people who are evil.
Yes, it's very consistent. This is how Zionist psychopaths behave. They tell you to believe them because of feelings. It's all feelings. We don't get to see the 20 minutes in the court. They get to tell us how bad it was. It is consistent. He's right. It's consistent with people that told us about October 7th footage that no one got to see. But if you were in the room, it was the worst thing we've ever seen. Oh my God. Everybody was gasping and crying. And I just, well, show it to us. We want to see the 40 beheaded babies. We want to see, right? We want to see the right. Like you saw this in a room? Really? Yeah. Everybody gasped. Yeah. Oh, it was crazy. So that's what we were told about the thing that we're now watching, which is supposed to be Tyler Robinson, which is clear as day, which it's not. But the behavior is clear as day. It looks like a military situation. It looks like he's absolutely communicating with someone. It looks like somebody who has a rifle in his hand the whole way. It's so many boxes being checked against the prosecution. Yet you got guys like another Zionist crazy man, Brandon Tatum, telling us that what's going to happen to us if we challenge this. Tell us. And let me back this up. He's going to tell it. He's going to tell us. As a Christian, he's going to tell us what's going to happen to us if we question this.
And the people who are evil and devils, and all of y'all are going to end up going to hell for lying as much as y'all lying.
Evil and devils and lying and going to hell. Got it. Great commentary over there. Great commentary. Good citizen journalism going on over on the Christian network. Very nice. The Judeo-Christian network, right? There it is. Chosen ones only. Okay, so this is ongoing, but we just wanted you guys to know that happened. And you know, some people are trying to throw Candace under the bus because of this footage, as if this is some sort of like proclamation of, the prosecution did have a case. They don't have a case. They never had a case. It's all bullshit. Moving on. Okay, next story coming in at number 2, top censor news of the week. Have you guys heard of this? Go Guardian tech company is secretly tracking and profiling kids K through 12 through school Google accounts. Oh boy. Oh no, this isn't good. Yet another tech company we got to be wary of. Yep, that's true. Okay, so here is the story. Let me bring this up here. This is from Hustle Bitch. They're secretly tracking and profiling kids through school Google accounts, and parents are losing it. A company called Go Guardian is reportedly monitoring students across more than half of K through 12 schools through their Google accounts. What? Half of the schools in our country are being monitored with this tech company that nobody's heard of? Go Guardian? Yep, that's right. The system uses AI to watch nearly everything students do while signed in, including messages they type into ChatGPT and other AI tools. So they're keeping a log of everyone and everything, and they're starting when you're a little kid. That's where they're starting it from. They got your social credit score, a binder ready to go. Your full life from baby to adult. They got your entire history, and they know exactly what you're going to do before you do it. The data is then used to build individual risk profiles, whatever you want to call it, on each student. They won't tell you this. They say it's for safety, right? Safety. Risk profiles. So school accounts were supposed to be for learning. Now they're being turned into permanent surveillance files. Should schools be using AI to build behavior risk profiles on students? Is that a rhetorical question, Hustle Bitch? I'm going to take that as a rhetorical question, because there cannot be many parents that are okay with this once they find out. And it seems that people are finding out, and they're freaking angry about this.
Make you sick. Apparently, they've been tracking and profiling kids through their school-issued Google accounts.
They've got the kids, guys. They've got the kids. You know that Google account you get when you're going through K to 12? Well, it turns out that it is not just for school work. A company called Go Guardian is currently monitoring over half of all the kids through K to 12, and you won't fucking believe what they're doing. Not only are they using AI to watch every single thing they do when they're signed into that Google account, that even includes every message they type back and forth to ChatGPT or AI, but they're using that to create a risk profile on each student. What the fuck?
What the fuck is right? So we wanted to do a little bit of background on this. So let's check this out. What is the thing? How would this company, what is it that how did they get into the school system? Well, let's start with the assessment, the AI, the actual Google AI assessment, which is kind of ironic, right? That it's going to reveal it. It reveals it. It's going to tell you. So this is what Hustle Bitch said is accurate. This is educational technology. It provides web filtering, classroom management, student monitoring software integrated closely with schools' issued devices and Google Workspace accounts. So this is how it works. It's account integration. So it operates through school managed Google or Microsoft. So it does Google and Microsoft. If a student logs into a personal device, their school email monitoring extensions can track activity within, it says can track activity within that browsing session. So that includes their personal stuff. So so they're just you're going to have a profile that will be, it's not just your schoolwork. So kids, if you think it's just the schoolwork, you'd be wrong. It's everything you do. It's all going to be synchronized and integrated together. So the data collected, it logs browsing histories, search queries, application use, device locations, and screenshots when the safety alerts are triggered. Like, is it triggered? Like triggered? What kind of triggered? Or is it I'm emotionally triggered? I don't know what the trigger is, but be aware and be wary of an AI being triggered by you, whatever that looks like. Not good. I don't know what a good version of triggered is from an AI. Okay. The active scope, the GoGuardian admin runs continuously on school hardware while GoGuardian teacher. So they got two factions of this. The GoGuardian teacher functions primarily during active classroom hours. I love that it says primarily. What the fuck? Primarily? It's supposed to. It would like to only. It tries to. Primarily tries to. What are you saying? Its intent is to act during classroom hours, but sometimes it's going to act during other hours too. What other hours, you ask? Every other hour of the day. Primarily classroom, just so you guys know. Don't worry about those other hours. Don't worry about those. None of your concern. Don't worry about it. Hey, forget about it. Which brings us to concerns. What concerns could we have here? Well, behavioral profiling, yes. Privacy advocates, including Electronic Frontier Foundation. I'm glad there's a foundation set up to be advocates for privacy. I hope the Electronic Frontier Foundation is not a government-sponsored agency or a tech-sponsored agency. It's got to be hopefully an actual organization that is their intent is to challenge this shit. I hope so. But the argument is clear that constant tracking creates intrusive behavioral profiles of children of unintended harm. And I love this. Unintended. Guys, if you watch The Homeless Left enough, you know it's all intended. Let's just scratch the U and the N in that one. Let's start it again. Intended harm is as follows. Reports from civil liberty groups note that automated flagging tools can mischaracterize. What? Mischaracterize mundane student searches? Create false alarms? Really? That's weird. False alarms regarding what? Self-harm? What else? Or inadvertently disclose a student's personal identity, or oopsie, we disclosed the Palestine protesters' identity, not the people that attacked them, right? Not the Zionists who attacked the protester. The protester that got attacked, we'll give you their identity. Oh, I know. If you were raped, abused, or beaten almost to death, and you're an Epstein survivor, we're going to get accidentally reveal your identity, but not the abuser's identity. Got it. Okay. Total inadvertently, this might happen. Maybe. Hopefully not, but maybe. Okay. And what's the last one? Lack of transparency. Well, that's weird. If all of these If all of these privacy and surveillance concerns, if they're all accidental and unintended, as the previous slide showed you, unintended harm, why would it lack transparency? Wouldn't that be an obvious thing you did if your intent was to not do harm and only harm if it's unintended? So you would have, so no, there's no transparency. And again, that's on purpose, just like the harm is on purpose. Duh. Critics point out that many parents and students are unaware of the extent of 24/7 monitoring on school laptops. Well, I hope they've been made aware now. I really do. Here are the policies and procedures and the compliance, la, 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 la. Oh, this is good. Go Guardian states, as far as data restriction goes, they state that it complies. I love how Go Guardian states. There's not an accountability faction here stating it. It's Go Guardian is stating it complies with the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. And it's signed the pledge. It signed a pledge, guys. It's totally cool. You can trust it. You can trust it. It's cool. We're good. Go Guardian, we're cool. No commercial sale. The company explicitly asserts that it never sells, rents, or trades, yada, 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 yada. It doesn't have to. You can government agencies can come right in and just take it. It's not, you don't have to like have a policy. Policy ain't shit, man. Policy ain't shit. We don't do this. We don't sell. Yeah, guess what? The police they have a policy too. Police departments have a policy on not giving up your information they're getting from Flock, right? But that doesn't matter. They got a policy though. So don't worry about the policy. So I guess my question is, how did they get the schools to sign up? Because the schools did this willingly. The schools, not the parents and kids. The parents and kids didn't know this. They did not get to vote this in. How did they get the schools? Well, this might make sense. This might make sense. A little headline from a couple years ago. Cyberbullying. There it is. Cyberbullying and the technology to stop, prevent, and combat it in schools. If students misuse emerging technology and digital learning tools to hurt one another, schools need a way to stop it. What are they going to do about it? I think this is where you call in, you call them in, right? You call in the cleanup crew. You call in Go Guardian and you say, Go Guardian, we need you. We need you, Go Guardian. Come over here, Go Guardian, and do your thing. Keep our children safe from themselves. Keep our children safe from cyberbullying. Keep our children monitored, protected, but only during school hours. Do you promise? Do you pinky promise you will only do it during school hours, and you'll only do it on their school accounts, and you won't follow them home, and you won't be on their personal shit, and you won't mischaracterize them, and you won't accidentally reveal personal information, and you won't miscategorize a critique on Israel or a critique on the U.S. military-industrial complex or imperialism. You won't mischaracterize that as a terrorist activity, right? You're not going to do that. You're not going to vilify these kids. You're not going to keep the data for social credit scoring for the rest of their lives. Do you pinky promise? Do you pinky swear? And then go. Of course, they say, yes, we promise, we swear. Go Guardian, you have our word because we gave a pledge, and there's nothing more solid than a pledge. So we're good. We're good. Anyways, okay. Coming in at number 1, top censored news of the week. Here we go. Trump signs Executive Order 14318, making data centers into military installations. What? Oh, God. Setting a precedent to initiate martial law. All right. What is going on here, guys? Because if you were watching the show on Tuesday, we did announce that. We did tell you guys about this executive order. And in fact, we just heard about it. So we've looked a little closer at it, and this might be worse than we thought. So we thought we'd put it on top censored news, number 1 story, because guess what? Nobody is covering this. That's really the problem. That's really the problem. And even if you see some people posting about this executive order, and anybody can look it up, we looked it up. We'll show it to you right here. You want to see it? This is the actual executive order. And yes, I do want to say, Peter, there are people reporting on it, but they're not fully understanding what this means. So let's look at the thing itself, and then let's figure out what's actually going on here, or what potentially could be going on. Okay, so here is the actual order. It's to accelerate federal permitting of data center infrastructure. And as we know, we have well over 5,000 data centers. Some of them are still being built. Obviously, they're not done. They're fast tracking these all throughout the country. And we know that when we compare ourselves to China, and it's always about we got to beat China, we got to beat China. China only has 400 of these, 400 something of these. We have 5,000 plus. So the acceleration of these buildings and the permitting of the infrastructure, the federal permitting of the infrastructure of these centers. That's what's happening here. So it's to accelerate that. And there's a lot of language mixed into this EO, but the one that stuck out is this, and you guys might have seen this already, but this, when you cut down to from section 9B, so go to this thing, you can find it, and all the things about, we're just, we're trying to fast track this and we got to beat China and all this shit. But this is the worst part of it, right? This is section B or section 9B, and what it's saying, and we'll just read the sentence. So the Secretary of Defense shall, pursuant to 10 USC 2667 or other applicable law, and when the Secretary of Defense deems it necessary or desirable, identify suitable sites on military installations. Okay, for the covered component infrastructure uses, and competitively lease available lands for qualifying projects to support the Department of Defense's energy, workforce, and mission needs, blah, 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 blah. So it's the collusion of the Department of Defense and the Secretary of War, which is the Secretary of War, and these data centers, and utilizing them together and deeming them military installations, which you can deem any of them military installations because it's up to the Secretary of War to do this himself. He can deem it necessary. So that was the end of the story when we reported it on Tuesday, because that is bad enough. But let's try and figure out now with the next step to this, what this actually means. So this is a clip. We want to see this one again, where Trump is now telling his base that we have to accept data centers. And this is something that I didn't think we would ever. It makes sense that we're hearing him say this. I just hope to God that there aren't still MAGAs out there that think this. How could you think this is good? Because the same people that voted for him are the people that knew this was a bad idea before he came in. So for him to do this should be setting off alarms left and right for anybody that still believes in this guy. But here he is telling his base, data centers are awesome. They're cool. All right, here we go.
You have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And
you can't fight it. Doesn't that go against the entire MAGA movement? Can we say something about that? Can we reflect on what MAGA has become? Anybody who still calls themselves MAGA, wasn't the whole thing resistance? Wasn't the whole thing show up? Wasn't the whole thing of, even if they call you a domestic terrorist, keep fighting for what's right? For election integrity, if you feel that the election was stolen, you should have the right to protest that and show up, and you should have a right not to be called a domestic terrorist. You should have a right not to be held without due process. You should have a right. The Second Amendment. Hello. What is it for? What is it for? Isn't it for right now? Isn't this what MAGA? Come on, guys. Isn't this is what it's for? You have your guns. What are you doing with them? Do you know your own president is turning on you, telling you you can't fight it? You can't fight it. Let it happen. Come on, just take it. Bend over and take it. This is like a rape. This is a rapist, right? Come on, baby. You got to take it. Just you can't fight it. You can't fight it. I'm too big for you. What are you gonna do? You're gonna scream? You yell? I'll destroy you. I'm gonna destroy you. You little piece of shit. I'm gonna destroy you. And you voted for me, you dumbass. You voted for this. So shut up, get in line, right? This is like the Democrats did for 4 years. Shut up, get in line. We're the good guys. We got to fight the bad guys. Don't question it. Bend over and freaking take it. Let's hear that again. Let's hear that again. He's talking to his base, just so you know.
Because you have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic protection. But
protection. Fuck off, dude. Protection.
you're going to make a tremendous amount of money. You're going to reduce taxes. And you're going to have something that if you don't have it, everybody else wants it.
Money, winning. Have we had enough? Are we done with the winning? Are we done with the talking about large bank accounts, which nobody has except very selected Epstein people get the large bank account? Are we sick of? Are we done with this? I think we might be done with this. So let's tie it together. Where's this really going? And I'm just going to end this segment here because this is not. We're just going to call this purely speculative because I've heard so many people come to me and talk about Trump's fourth term, or whatever. It's third term. He calls it fourth term. Third term because he says, he won 2020, therefore he's won 3 of them. He wants a fourth one. So this is what I would say is in jest. He definitely says this to get a rise out of people. I consider it a bit. But you guys might not agree. It might not be a bit. Let's try and connect this. So this is what I would say is kind of a bit, but it gets people really, really afraid who have been against this guy the whole time, right? It gets them pretty afraid.
Here we are. In fact, when I'm finished, I'm going right back to the Oval Office. So I have to be doing okay. But we are all doing good together. That's why tonight, to show just how much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings, I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a 4th term as President of the United States. I will be doing that. I will be having an official, in fact, I think I have, I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again. Thank you.
So that was a bit at this function with the bow tie, and you're supposed to be funny. But people took this and they ran with it, and we do see Trump 2028 out there. We see it. Now, again, I think this is it's a technique to stir things up. However, when you set a precedent, when you are now going out of your way to militarize these data centers that people are clearly protesting against, and they're clearly on both sides. This is not a political issue. This is not a partisan issue. This is a people versus power, and people are showing up. And when you strategically throw money at organizations that never were doing this before, FEMA and others that are now being told your job is to look into and help with and manage domestic terrorism when it comes to AI centers. Let's put the pieces together. What happens next? The people protesting data centers are now protesting officially military bases, and therefore are deemed terrorists, domestic terrorists, because they are attacking their own military, right? And so what do you do with that? You then can initiate it. Some say maybe even initiate martial law. If you do that, you don't need another election. So is that the end game? Election or no election, that might not even matter. And I was on a Spaces yesterday talking about this, and I said, well, maybe you don't even need, it doesn't really matter. You can go through the election and you can pretend, and he doesn't even need to be the guy. It doesn't really matter. The point is that once they make this protesting like legally domestic terrorism, we're screwed. And these are no longer, let the free market work itself out. Come on, guys. No, we've been telling you the whole time. This is a corrupt system. The capitalism doesn't work. It doesn't work. You're telling us to let these data centers exist when the military is coming in and grabbing them, and the billions of dollars being exchanged here, and you have these implementing these draconian laws and insanity. It's total insanity that the people can't protest without now be considered this. So that's where this is headed. So Yes, this is pushing it to the next level, and nobody saw this executive order even being put out there, let alone when it was reported on. We're not even sure what the end game is here, but he did this kind of on the down low. There wasn't any press about it. So those are the ones we have to be most afraid of, the ones that don't get the press. And that's why we're here to give you top censored news of the week. Okay, guys, that's that for now. All right. I think what we're gonna do here, we're gonna get right to you guys now. Let's do a little talking back. I'm not gonna take. We don't have time for a break. We're gonna get right to it. So I do see some super chats coming in. I'm gonna go ahead and play the intro here, the talking back. Leslie's not gonna be able to be with us today, so we hope we get her next week. I know a lot of you guys are always asking for Leslie, so just I hope we get her next week. But we just the timing did not work out this time, unfortunately. But you guys, I can handle it. We'll do a few, and then we're gonna do loudest voice of the week. So let's get ahead and cue this up. I'm just gonna make sure we're good on StreamYard. Hey, we haven't gone thrown off StreamYard today. That's a good thing. But never say never. We're not done with the show yet, so we might get bumped off in the ending part. But we've made it this far, so that's something. Okay. Here we go, guys. Let's go ahead and get to you. I'm gonna play in the opening. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Here it is. We're talking back with you today, guys, on the homeless left. We're calling this episode No Consequences, because whether it's Fauci in a hearing, whether it's the AI data center assholes like and the Flock assholes, we're talking about these companies and these open AI companies, the Sam Altmans, we have the Alex Karps, but Sam Altman, he has an AI escape a testing ground and turn around and take over from human control. There's no consequences to this. These guys, it's a billionaire club, billionaire boys club, and they're living in a playground of whatever they want to do, and there's no consequences. And we would like to see all of them go to jail. The Epstein class go to jail. We know they're not, but it doesn't stop us from calling their shit out. And that is something that is worth something. If we get the more conversations going, we can wake more people up. And that's why we're doing this here, guys. So let's get to some of your comments right off the bat. I just want to get to some of these super chats because I'm very appreciative, guys. We got some, we had some Jules. I don't know these Jules. We got some, yeah, we had, Donald Duck's mom. Here we go. This is one. Thank you, Donald Duck's mom. Get your Fauci toy right here. That's great. The Fauci toy. And that was funny, guys. That's a funny one. They're like you pull the string and he says, I take the fifth, or he says it's safe and effective. Really funny stuff. I don't think you can really get it. I don't know if it's just a fun little ad that we found on Twitter. So kudos whoever put that one together. And we do appreciate the jewels and the sparkles from Donald Duck's mom. Oh yeah, the gold. Here's some gold coins. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And we had one earlier from Leora W. Thank you so much. And then Citizen, you have given us some great super chats today. Let's get a few more of yours up here. Fauci don't deserve to be tried. Also, I plead the fifth. That's funny. You're gonna plead the fifth. I don't know if anyone's asking you anything that you need to consult. Do you need to consult with your lawyers, Citizen? Do you need to consult with your lawyers? I hope you don't. But if you need to, go for it. It's your right, and it's your right to plead the fifth. However, I don't believe Fauci, and we talked with Craig Poster about this today, I don't believe that Fauci's lawyer team covered their bases, because you can't really plead the fifth, because the point is that if you're protecting yourself from something being held against you, if there is a crime that you're being held and you're going to trial on, he's not going to have that problem because he has a pardon from Biden. So there is no, he's not in jeopardy. He's not in a place where he's going to set himself up for anything. So you should not be allowed to take the fifth in that scenario. If you're basically in a mock hearing. So you're not really, if you don't answer the question, you should be held in contempt of that court, even if it's a hearing or mock. You should be held in contempt of that procedure. You should not be allowed to do that. So that's kind of our take, and I know that Rand Paul called him out on that, so that was great. Let's see here. Oh, very good. Thank you so much, Chris. Really appreciate the super chat. My governor is now ordering to withdraw the land sale on the data center that was going to be built near my dad. Excellent news, Chris. We are very proud of you, and we're proud of the people that showed up. And it goes to show you that protests can work. Resistance can work. The number of people doing it works. And I assume, and I don't know the exact area, but we know that you had this issue, your dad had this issue, but apparently enough people showed up. You have to force them to not do the thing that they were doing. They don't do it, and he's not doing it because he's being nice. He's doing it because he was forced to. That's how it works. And it's the only thing we have is numbers. That's it. So thank you so much. And let's get to your second follow-up super chat. We really appreciate this, Chris. After overwhelming pushback at local city council meeting on Monday, taking in the victory, but also got to be on the lookout for their next play. Excellent point. I was just going to say it myself. You beat me to it. Thank you for that, Chris. I would say, yes, we always have to be on the lookout. Let me give you guys an analogy. Take this one with you and use it, please. I'm not trademarking this one. You can use it because I can't trademark it because I'm actually going to reference something you know. I'm going to reference something you know. I need you guys to use this when you're talking to people about protests, because what I said is true. Enough people show up can make a difference. So let's compare this to the game. And I actually made this analogy last night on Twitter, on the Twitter space I was on. Go to my Twitter down there. You can see it. It was a great, well done, great group of people. And I brought up this analogy of when we talk about protesting. So when we accomplish the thing, which is this is what Chris is telling us, that it was accomplished by his dad, that a data center was shut down. Let's compare that to whack-a-mole. So it takes all of our effort. You put the hammer back, you spot the mole, and you stop it before the mole infects, and it's gone. And it doesn't get a pop its head. You actually get the point. So this is where you hit it right on the head. And you know you did because the thing dings and you get the points. So they hit it on the head. But as Chris is saying, you're not done with the game. You have to be prepared for their next move, i.e., you have to be prepared for the next mole. If you want to start jumping up and celebrating that you got a mole on the head, you're going to lose the game, because the next mole is going to pop up, and then the next mole is going to pop up, and you're not going to be ready with that hammer. So we know they got more moles for us. We know it's coming. Great. Thank you so much, Chris. I'm glad. And I like the story of that successful hit on the head, because that's what we have to keep doing those. And you can't be one person doing it. It takes a village. So very, very cool. Very, very cool. Okay. I think I got one more here from Citizen. Okay, here we go. And thank you guys. And thank you guys all for the super chats. Explain secret society numerology behind 33. Oh, this was for Jay. Great question. We see 33. We see 33 pop up all the time. There's secret society numerology hidden everywhere. And you know they pre-plan timestamps and dates, and you can almost predict it if you understand how to apply it. We'll try to have that conversation next time Jay's on. But there's certainly an obsession with 3-3. We see it a lot. I'm not going to claim to be an expert in this, but we have had our eyes open, and I know you guys probably have too. And you've seen this roll out, and you're like, that's weird. And the first couple times that you think about it, you go, am I being crazy? Am I just Am I just being a nut job? There's a movie with Jim Carrey. I think it's called The Number 27 or something. He's obsessed with a number. In the movie, and we know how predictive programming works. The movie, it gets you to root for him. Because he's trying to solve the numerology. What is the code? What is going on in the secret society? And then, of course, in the outcome of the film is that he was just seeing things, and you see what you want to see. And so it's giving you that you're kind of punching down on the guy that kind of lost his mind. And then I guess we'll never know, right? That's the kind of way we won't know because he lost. See, that's the problem. It's great for a film because it makes you think, oh, maybe he was onto something, but guess what? He lost his mind doing the research. They apply this shit, man. They do this. If you understand that character and you were rooting for that character, but then you understand that the character lost their mind, then you feel bad for them, but then you stop listening to them, right? You say, oh, you didn't do it right. And that's how you get people to root against Candace Owens. That's how you do it. You say, oh, well, she was his friend and Charlie Curry, but she's just losing her mind. I'm not going to listen to her anymore because she reminds me of Jim Carrey kind of trying to find patterns, just trying to find patterns that aren't there because she's gone too deep and she's got mental illness. We've heard that. Mental illness, guys, that's how you explain mental illness. When somebody goes too deep, you go too deep down the rabbit hole. You might have meant well, but man, you really lost your mind there, didn't you? And now we'll never know. I guess we have to take the government's word for it. We got to just take the media's word for it. But hey, nice try. But maybe you should go get some therapy. That's it. That's what that is. That's what that is. Thank you, Citizen, for that one. Here's one more from Donald Duck's mom. Well. There needs to be a way of policing Google. There ain't going to be a way to police Google. I appreciate the sentiment, but Google has already been infiltrated by Israeli spyware, by Mossad. We already know this. They're doing more of it. They just had an open meeting about this in Tel Aviv. They literally just had their little Mossad agent meeting on anti-Semitism, and they figured we have to go. They're telling us that they have to capture Google and they have to capture Google's AI. They have to capture the Gemini, all of the ones, all of the above, all the open AI, all the platforms. You got to get them at the Wikipedia. You got to get them at the Google search. They actually specified Google because they said if rather than this is their new plan. So it's worse. It's actually worse. There's no policing of Google. There's more capture of Google because they figured shit. Netanyahu's been wasting $7,000 per tweet trying to nudge Elon. We're trying to nudge Elon in the right direction to give us Twitter, which he kind of half-ass is giving him Twitter, but not really, but kind of, but not. But we're still on there. But then we see, and Grok sometimes says shit right, and then he has to get punished, and then he's like, "I'm sorry, I said anything bad about Israel." But they're saying we're wasting too much time with that shit, and we're paying these influencers to do these stupid. Drinking their little mochas and I like genocide. I'm black and I'm a girl and I'm gay and yeah, Israel. They're paying $7,000 a pop for those. But why not just go to Google and say we're just going to capture the information from the top? Why do we need the influencers? Why don't we just get the information czars at the top to peddle the information we want them to peddle? And then we're good. And then the new generation is going to be looking stuff up and they're going to be they're going to do their own research and they're just going to find the thing that's already there. And then they don't need to be tricked by an influencer. So I think that, and they just came up with, this is their new plan. Policing of Google. Yeah, the hell right. Yeah. Nice try though. I appreciate the sentiment. I really do. I really do. And get your Fauci toy right here. Absolutely. That was from before. Thank you guys all for the super chats. I think we have time to do some of the live ones with you guys from the live chat on Rumble. We were on Rumble and look at some of the guys tuning in. Let's get a couple of you guys out here so we make sure we here's on YouTube, Shadow Walker. Thanks for tuning in. Nothing has changed. We're still taking the blame for King Charles. Oh boy, we are. Oh boy. And this is in regard to your previous one, killed each other and the royal family could go to the south of France in the winter without being shamed for genocide and slavery. Yeah. Yeah. Man. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me grab. There's some. Okay, I'm gonna get over to the Rumble ones. Here we go. Okay, we have Pulling the Strings. Thanks for tuning in. U.S. capitalism only works when others don't work. Exactly. Yona, APAC runs America. Still does. Last time I checked. Terrapita Wild. Well, enough fun. Back to the YouTube stream. Oh, so you're going back and forth. I see. I should have put up. I think you got another one I missed here. Oh, of course. The Dow is over 50K. That's the Pam Bondi line, right? That's the Pam Bondi line. But the Dow's over 50K. Wish you go. Thanks for tuning in, my friend. Globalize the Infidata. Infidata globalization. Very cool. Very cool. But the what do we got? Gonzo Johnny, but the woke are such statists. Man, I know, man. I'm guilty of it. We've been calling some names just back and forth on the lefts and rights and getting captured in their little corners. But we have to look for ways to pull them out. We do. And I love, Craig Pasta setting up the COVID debates, COVID discussion. We're trying to have this happen. We've been talking with Ron Placone. We had one already on Truthwire, and I think we can do another one. I think we should. I think after the hearing, the Fauci hearing, I think it calls for another conversation, and I think we need to do that. So, yeah, we definitely need to do that. Let me get back to some of the ones from before. I kind of screwed up the order here, but I think we can get back. Okay, here we go. I don't want to miss some of these earlier ones. Some of our regular viewers. We appreciate all you guys. And by the way, thanks to our mod today. We had Gabrielle on with us. So very cool. Thank you for that. And I think even you said I made a great analogy, Gabrielle. I don't know which one you were talking about, but I think it was with my conversation with Craig Pasta. Something in there. You said I made a good analogy. Thank you. I should try to get the comics up a little more sooner while we're having the discussions, because sometimes I forget. Oh, this is funny. Look at this. Kelly Jones. mRNA for all. Yay. That's funny. I love it. Okay. Bob of Atlantis. Thanks for tuning in. I guess you're on the East Coast, you're saying. Pasta gets it. Yeah, this was we were having a good call. A good conversation, and we were actually agreeing a lot more today than usual. Actually, if you guys notice, most of my conversations with Pasta, we get into friendly discourse a lot. Today, I think we were aligned mostly. I'd say 90. What would you say? 95. Let me fix this green. Fixing the green. Okay. Moving on. We'll do a few more, and then we gotta get to loudest voice. We gotta get to loudest voice, guys. Okay. Let's get to a few more here. So many good comments from you guys. I can't get to all of them. But I don't want to miss any of you in there. Let's see. Okay. We have. Oh, I love this. Wear the masks. Stephanie Green. I know what you're referencing. You're referencing the Fauci video. We played the old 2021 where he's going around in lower economic areas trying to push the vax. And they're not wearing the masks. That's weird. They told us to wear masks all the time. So they're not being very professional. And the guy at the door called him out. I loved it. Said, if you got to offer me an incentive, I know there's something wrong. And COVID acts like the flu. Well, no, it's much worse than the flu. Really? Is it though? What? I love this. You call him out to his face on camera. It's great. It was great. Yep. All right, let's see. We have Pamela, Drew, thanks for tuning in. Big time kudos and thanks for Feet on the Street. One of the many in the resistance. Every individual acts up for the movement of change. And I know you're giving a shout out to our friend Wishigo because he shows up and he protests. And this is in the UK. It's very important. And I love that we're getting kudos from each other on the show. As you know, this is great. The support we're seeing, really, really cool. Uh-oh, we were having volume issues, I suppose. Is this true, guys? The guy on the left, the guy on the right. Okay, Posse needs to turn it up. So the guy on the left, or turn his volume up, or the guy on the left. That's me. I guess I'm the guy on the left. That's me. It says Matt under my name, but it's okay. I appreciate that. We'll take a look at that. Was our volume off a little bit on that one? I generally think we usually get that right, but maybe something weird happened there. Okay, let's get to a couple more of these and then we'll move on. Yes, Jacqueline. Yes. Terrible that the IDF turn up to rescue people from under the rubble in Venezuela. Disgusting, shameful, shocking, and crazy. And I was actually telling this to Craig Pasta. I was hoping he would give a little more commentary on it. I don't think he disagrees with it. I just don't think he had any response, and it was too bad because we covered this shit. We showed you guys. You guys saw this. We're not just speculating here. We know that it was Smart Aid. Smart Aid is an NGO funded by Israel pretending to be humanitarian. They even make their own videos. We've shown you guys the videos of them going. Literally, it's so disturbing. They're going around in the rubble looking for children. It's insane. And right next to them, you have the Clinton Foundation doing their humanitarian aid. This is all human trafficking. This is all child sex trafficking. That's what this is. And they knew to do it. They knew to be there immediately. And we know what was that. We know what was involved. We know it was HARP. We know it was HARP. We know what we're capable of doing. We can create weather. We draw up the patents for weather creation, particularly earthquake. There was an earthquake patent put together in 2001. We know this. We've seen it. We've covered it. You guys should look it up. Look it up. Go type in patent for earthquake. HARP, HAARP patent. It's going to tell you the guy who patented it in 2001. We know it exists. There's been news stories about it in as they were working on it before 2001. They were talking about the 80s and 90s, working on weather modification. Newscasters always like to enjoy. They always smile. Like, wow, can you believe we do this? They always do that, and that's why they allow those stories on their networks when they don't fully understand that they're giving away the weapon part of it. They're giving away the nefarious, attacking terrorist part of it, which we are. We are the terrorists. We are the attackers. And if you don't know that, then you think, oh, look at the little gadget we did. Ooh, let's put a little science project together. Or that we showed you guys the CIA map. They're telling us they wear masks and they fool our president. Really? That's cool. You can put a mask on and become someone else and fool our president? Yeah. That's fun. It's fun. April Fools? No. We are the bad guys. We are the attackers. We are the invaders. We are the terrorists. And we will use technology for that purpose. That not for April Fools. For that purpose. We don't get patents on earthquake technology for fun. To say, look what we can do. Oh, after the party. Oh, guys, come to the party. We're going to show you how an earthquake we're going to do a little earthquake in the backyard. Ooh, no. This is what we do, and then we attack. We attack with the technology. We attack. We dress up, and we can be anybody we want with these masks, and we attack. That's what we do. Okay, you guys know. Okay. All right, we'll do one more, and I'll put a few more up at the end, guys. You know, I try to get to most of you here the best I can. We see you, Gonzo Johnny. We see you, Inno Shadow Walker. We see you, Long Meadow. Thank you guys all. Thank you so much for tuning in and sharing this out. And Gabrielle, thank you so much. Wishing everybody a courageous and joyful day. That's awesome. Really appreciate it. Let's just end there. I think we do need to move on. You know what? Let me do it this because I showed you guys at the top of the show. Let me just end with this. We did accidentally miss a Rumble rant, and that's one of our regulars. That was Mary Ploppins. I read it at the beginning. I'm going to read it again. We're going to try and get this person on the show. This is from last week. Mary Ploppins, thank you so much. County council member Heather Kimball in Hawaii is trying to tax farmers off their land to the tune of $50K. Please get her opponent, Ren Del Rosario, on the show. We're going to look into that. We've covered Hawaii before, and we know about the land grabbing. We know about the Lahaina fires, and we have had activists on. We've had other candidates and other people representing the policies trying to happen there and fight against the oligarchy that captures Hawaii in a very sad way. Very sad way that they steal land and they pit people against each other with fake activist movements. It's really sad out there. So we will look into this for you. Thank you so much, Mary Ploppins. And I think before we end this, I do need to cover. Let me just look over a Rumble real quick, because sometimes we don't get the notifications on the Rumble rants, and I just want to make sure we didn't miss any. I think we're good. We're good for today. And anything else you guys want to throw up on YouTube, super chats, anything, I'll try and play them out at the end. But other than that, yeah, that should do it for today for Talking Back with Matt. Okay. I think if you guys are ready, I'm ready to do this. If you guys just want to get right to it, let's just get right to it. Wait, but Gonzo, are you writing this now? I just did it. I literally just did it. You're asking, did you not see? I just did the super chat. I know, and I appreciate everybody telling me that we missed it. From the last one, right? Is that what you're talking about? I think that's what that's what just happened. Although we did just get a couple more super chat. Hold on. We did just get another one. Hold on here. We did just get another one over on YouTube, but we did show Mary. So that was from Rumble, and that was from Tuesday. Okay. Chris, one more from Chris. Thank you so much, Matt. Show me your way face. My way face. I don't know what that reference is. Show me your way face. I don't know the reference. I'm sorry, my friend. Sorry about that. I wish I knew the reference on that one. Oh, Donald Duck's mom clarification. Got it. Thank you for this. Protect the kids from Google. That's what we're doing. Thank you for the clarification. Protect the kids from Google. Thank you, Donald Duck's mom. How can we do that when the schools initiate this technology and said, hey, they said they were going to use it for good? What were we supposed to do? This is we know the schools have been captured. We can't really do anything about this. The parents can protest. You can school your kid at home. We know we have to protest the vaccine mandate on kids getting registered in schools. Oh, you can't come here unless you get 72 vaccines. Okay, no thanks. So there has to be an element of resistance where it means you're willing to not have your kid in the school. That's all we can really say. You have to be willing to walk away from the school and figure out another way. A homeschooling. This is what a lot of the Maha people have been thinking about already, because they already have that problem with the vaccine. So now you have the problem with the tech, with the constant 24/7. It's a 24/7 surveillance on your kids at school. The school signed up for it. You didn't have a choice in it. We can't really do anything about it if they're already locked in. They're not going to unlock. Unless every parent, or enough, if half of them, you need a massive amount of them. You need enough, like we see Flock, right? We just saw the Flock accounts getting taken down. We just literally, Chris earlier here just told us that they took down a data center. It takes a massive amount of people to do that. So the organizing of that, we see it with the data centers. We see it with Flock. Would we see it enough parents organize against their school? That would be the only way. How do you get those numbers? How do you get that? That's a tough one, because you're jeopardizing your kids' education and well-being. You're putting a lot on the line for that. I don't know. We'll see. And one more gold jewel, whatever you call it, 10 jewels, gold coin. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. Now we're moving on. I think it's time for Loudest Voice now. And I hope I got to everything as far as the Super Chats and Rumble Rants. I hope I didn't mix anything up there. But I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys looking out for each other. That's important. Send me messages. Give us a heads up if we skipped over somebody or want to vouch for somebody. It's very cool to do that. Okay. Yeah, because we're all in this together, guys. We're all in this together. Okay, let's get to the final story. We're going to give you a Loudest Voice of the week, and I think it's very, very relevant to the theme of today, and I'm glad we waited on this. I think we were thinking of squeezing it in last Thursday. We ran out of time. It just happened, and I wasn't ready to. I hadn't analyzed it yet, and I was like, you know what? Let's shove this one for a moment and come back to it. So we're back to it. And sometimes you need a little time to marinate on a story. Not everything is breaking news, guys. Let's be clear. Not everything is breaking news. Some stuff we have to get out to you as soon as possible. Other stuff, we just need to take a little moment. Take a breath, look at it, come up with what is the story? What is the thing? What is happening here? What is the real? So sometimes if we rush it, we miss the real thing. We just start scratching the surface. So that's why we're doing this one here. This will be fun. This is important. Let me play in the lead. Let me play in the intro, and we'll get right to it. Final segment of the week, guys. We're doing some Loudest Voice. Here we go. It's the Loudest Voice of the week. And this interview, it kind of left an impression on us. This is a little interview of two worlds coming together. And if you guys know that when we look in the sports world and we see guys like Stephen A say, you know what? I don't just like sports. I want to get into some politics. And Stephen A's been a little behind on things, but everything he's been doing on his show, he's been kind of right about. But he's been kind of off by about 5-6 years. And that's no disrespect to the guy. I know he's trying. I actually think he is trying. I think his sports colleagues would prefer he wasn't doing this. But he's doing it. And he has his own show now. And he finally had Tucker Carlson on. And this was great. And I can only imagine that Tucker was just absolutely, completely, I would say, eager to join him. Because why not? You have the sports audience who's, obviously not all the basketball and football fans care about this, but there's a lot of people that he brought from that world. And they're learning about the capture of the uniparty and the capture of our media, the capture of, the propaganda machine in place when it comes to an election cycle and how they play each other on it. They play us on each other and they punch down. And Stephen A is attempting to punch up a little. He's trying. He gets stuff wrong because he's kind of new at this. He's kind of new. He's a great sportscaster, but the guy, and he's a great interviewer. By the way, he's really good at interviewing, but he's still really behind on a lot of stuff that you and I had figured out years ago, and that's okay because people can catch up. So of course, there's going to be a moment if Tucker goes on. There's going to be a moment, an educational moment, and Tucker did not disappoint. He found that moment, and it was at the end of the interview, literally the last question. And everything before it was great. It was fine. But this was the moment. And this is why we are calling this the Loudest Voice of the week. And it's going to go to Tucker. And I'll give the second place to Stephen A. But you'll see why. But let's let this happen naturally, organically. They didn't plan this. But here we go, guys. We're going to play the clip.
This is before I let you go. I'm thinking about the Nick Fuentes interview, for example, and I wanted to transition a little bit to this because, I'm wondering about where the line is between exposing extremism and normalizing it when you have somebody like him that you had on your show. I remember people were criticizing you. I didn't watch the interview. I saw, clips of it, but I didn't watch the whole interview in its entirety. And I remember people accusing you of being quite soft on them, even though I can't imagine you being that guy. But that's what they were accusing you of. And they were saying stuff like that. But we know some of the things that people have felt he said and some of the positions that he has taken. From a generic perspective, extremism compared to normalization, where does Tucker Carlson draw that line in the sand, particularly considering the position that you're in now and the kind of influence you wield?
Before he answers, what a very, I just got to say, this is like a very I would say, for lack of a better word, ignorant assessment of the start of a question. And, I've seen him do good interviews before, maybe not all the time, but this is, I think he thought this one through. I think he wrote it down. I think he prepared it and he thought, this is a great question from his vantage point. We need Tucker to tell us where he draws the line in the sand from extremism to normalization. That's the quest. So Stephen A he's on his quest. I got to find out. And I don't want to, I'm going to give Tucker the benefit of the doubt that even though people said some shit, see, he's not thinking about, well, why would they say this stuff? What were they actually saying? So that's the part he's not able to do. So Tucker knows what's coming. You see him prepared, and he's going to educate Stephen A. If not Stephen A, he's going to educate his audience, which is even more important. Honestly, that's actually more important, is that he gets to the audience. He's going to tell them the definition of extremism. You have it wrong, and you had it wrong going into the question. And so he's going to tell him why. Here we go.
I think it's really important not to normalize extremism and to call it out by name and to say, to just frame this correctly. Like, what you're saying is crazy and extreme. I think it's super important to say that, because otherwise it's like, oh no, this is normal. And I think one of the most extreme human beings I've ever met in my entire life was Lindsey Graham. And I would say maybe the second most extreme I've ever met is Ted Cruz. Both U.S. senators. Lindsey Graham unfortunately passed away recently. Ted Cruz still represents Texas. These are people who have called for murdering innocents at scale, bombing people who did nothing wrong, killing kids, and have done that for like decades, who have openly called for the U.S. government and American citizens to be more loyal to a foreign country than to their own, who have called for banning Americans' right to criticize a foreign country, eliminating free speech on behalf of a foreign nation. You can criticize your own country, totally fine. You're not allowed to criticize a foreign country. That's so crazy that I can hardly believe it's happening, and nobody says it. So you'll go and you'll interview Lindsey Graham, or I interviewed Ted Cruz last year, and people are like, oh, no one is like, I can't believe you're sitting with that wacko extremist Ted Cruz, who's literally called for murdering people. And by the way, has helped murder people. He's a United States senator. He's not a podcaster. He votes for things. He appropriates money. That guy has blood on his hands. The blood.
And you see Stephen, he's trying to interrupt this, and he's not getting it. So what Tucker's saying is, and we say this all the time, and I appreciate this messaging, that we have to hold elected people accountable, or selected people accountable, right? They're selected. But the point is that they are the extremists. They're the ones that are giving money to murder people. They're the ones who are signing their names on bombs. That's what they're doing. Stephen A doesn't understand. He thinks Nick Fuentes is the problem. We can talk about Nick Fuentes and his audience and what's going on there. And if there's an operation in place of him saying, let's go over to the Democratic Party, we can talk about that stuff. But what Tucker's saying is, as a journalist, he's saying you're worried about my conversation with Nick Fuentes being called extreme when he's not an elected official. He's not writing checks for murder. He's not a murderer. It's a whole. So we have to start looking at these people that Tucker does sit down with, and we know that we've seen that him calling out Ted Cruz, and back with Lindsey Graham and these other ones, and Rubio and Huckabee. That was the other one, Huckabee. So Tucker goes in for the kill with the people that we should be thinking of them as extremists. Why doesn't Stephen A understand that? Is it going to take a little more? Well, Tucker's not done with him, but let's see this play. He's got to resist a little. Oh, I don't know what are you talking about? No, he's saying, Tucker is telling you the extreme people are the people that are voted into these offices, and they work every day and night to murder people with your money. That's what they're doing. That's their job, is to murder. They're murderers. They're mass murderers. They are the extremists. People with extreme ideas are just people with ideas. The extreme behavior is murdering people. That's what he's saying. Can Stephen A. understand that? Let's see.
Of countless innocents, but it's totally cool to sit with them. How does that work? I don't understand. Not one person has ever said, I can't believe you sat across from Ted Cruz. He's a murderer, which is true. But because we're so
you're calling the senator. You're calling a senator.
So brainwashed.
Wait, hold on, Tucker. These are political officials you have known, just like you've known Trump. You've known a lot of guys on Capitol Hill. You've interviewed a lot of them. You've talked to a lot of them. You used to be on Fox News with your top-rated show at 8 p.m. after you succeeded Bill O'Reilly. You used to talk to these folks all the time. And now here you are on this show. You're calling them a murder. You're calling a guy like Senator Ted Cruz a murderer.
Yes, he's a murderer. Yes, that's what he's saying. Get used to it, Stephen A. That's what we're talking about. Yes. You should be more interested in that. You should be talking to Tucker about those conversations with Ted Cruz and the Lindsey Graham and the Huckabee. I mean, these psychopaths, they just want to keep murdering. They brag about the murdering and they want to keep murdering. Yes. That's right, Stephen A. That's correct. Yes.
Well, it's true. Ted Cruz is calling for the killing of innocents and funding it. And so what I'm actually calling for is not calling out poor Ted Cruz, who's suffering, is already living in hell. And I'm not even mad at Ted Cruz. I want to awaken people to a real moral framework. So you have people who say ugly things.
Look at this guy's face. I love it. I love it. Is he going to come around? Is he going to? I don't. There's only a minute left here. Is he gonna have an aha moment? Let's see. But that look of I'm trying to process what I'm trying to understand this. He's like, it's a whole new concept for this guy. He doesn't fully get it. It's fascinating because the guy he's like, I'm doing a political show. I don't want to talk about sports right now. I want to talk about what's actually happening. He recognizes, and he said this before, he knows that there's a problem with the Democratic Party. He knows there's obviously a problem with the Republican Party. So he recognizes there's problems everywhere. So what are you going to do about it? You're going to talk about it, right? You're going to ask questions. You need to be educated. You need to take in this information because what he's telling you is that you have to stop looking at this as the public officials are working their hardest. And you might just disagree with them ideologically, but they're all good people working hard. And then you just got to vote in the right. That's not a thing. And Tucker's saying, Tucker used to be part of that. He's not anymore. It's not a thing. They're all murderers. Yes, you're a murderer. Trump was the last one, I think, to hold off before he became a murderer. But the second you order assassinations on people, you're a murderer. The second you do that. So before you do that, you're not a murderer, and then when you do that, you're a murderer. That's it. So you pop your cherry, as they say. You pop your cherry. Obama popped his cherry on day one, right? He's ready for the drone strikes immediately. You are now a murderer. That's yes. Welcome to the murder club. That's right.
And great. That happens everywhere. I'm against saying ugly things. I try not to. I try not to do that. But
you just did. That's a very ugly thing to say, Tucker. I mean, to call a senator, it's an ugly thing to say, Tucker.
First of all, I don't. Because he is a senator, it actually matters. It's not ugly. It's a fact. Ted Cruz has called for killing innocents. He's done it to me many, many, many times. We'll just bomb them. Just bomb the whole city. Just blow them up. What? There are people, thousands, millions of people who live there who did nothing wrong. They have no role in this. They have no role in a nuclear program. They're just going to work.
He's scratching it. Oh, I'm just trying to understand this. Oh my God, Tucker. Just give me a second. He's gonna give me a second.
Little kids. That's crazy. That is extremist behavior. And he has the power to make it happen. He's a U.S. senator. So, by the way, we should get back in the media into the habit of criticizing the powerful. And I know everyone's upset about some 27-year-old gay kid, Nick Fuentes. Ooh, he says naughty things. Yeah, I agree, whatever. But who cares? What we should care about is when powerful people misuse their power to hurt the innocent. And Ted Cruz is doing that. And so are a lot of other senators.
Yeah. So that needed to be said and without hesitation, which is great. So Tucker did a great job with this. we're going to give him loudest voice of the week. And I'll just look, I don't mean to give, I'm not giving cover to Stephen A. What I'm saying is that he maybe unknowingly did this, but I'm obviously he's looking for ratings, and obviously having Tucker on is a big deal. And people are looking for that. And he thought he had some gotcha moment. Is that what he was going for? I don't know what he thought he was going for, but I was asking one last question. Let's find out about Tucker and extremism. Well, he gave you an education about extremism. And then you double down and say, wait, but what you're saying is, but Tucker, what you're saying about these people, that's harsh, right? That's extreme what you're saying. No, it's not. That what they're doing, they're murdering people, and I'm saying a fact. And so that's a lot. So the audience, hopefully a lot of people saw this on Stephen A's side, and they're able to have these conversations and get these new ideas and think about this. We're not going to give cover to these people anymore. So hopefully it resonated with him. Providing the platform is important because Tucker, otherwise, I mean, he gets his millions of people, but they're the same people watching him. It's nice to see him go on Stephen A and just get a little more audience that maybe didn't know. They didn't know. And guess what? Now they know. And that's why we're giving Tucker Carlson the loudest voice of the week. Okay. I think that should do it for today. Oh, more super chats just came in. Thank you so much, Citizen. Thank you. How dare you wreak illusion? Wreck illusion. How dare you wreck illusion? We are the good guys, Tucker. Yeah. We are the good guys, Tucker. You know what? Anybody calling out the war machine on both sides, I consider a good guy, even if we disagree on some stuff. So I think that's we hope more people are doing it now. So hopefully that message is spreading, that you can call out the entire war apparatus on both sides and call for what it is. And that's what it is. So thank you for that, Citizen, as usual. Oh, what is this silver star? They got a silver star from Donald Duck's mom. 2 jewels, silver star. I keep putting these up here. I don't know. I still don't understand. I got to look and see what those are, but I think they look cool. So I appreciate it. Are we doing the war face? Are we doing the war face? This was what? Okay. Thank you, Chris, for clarifying. Show me your war face. I think I do a serious look anyways. I think I do. Leslie's told me this. I kind of do the war face. I kind of do that, like that kind of pin up thing with the lips, right? I don't know. Whatever. It's a thing. It's a thing. I appreciate it. I appreciate it for real. Thank you guys all. We'll play up a couple more of your chats when we run the closing. And I'll just say this before we go. Again, I want to just acknowledge all you guys on all of our various platforms and sticking with the homeless left through all of our adventures, ups and downs. And we have to we have to roll with the punches every day. We get last minute information. I know we had a little glitch at the front. We were trying to book a guest and the timing was off. I think if we had a whole entire crew here, we could have pulled it off for today. But unfortunately, I'm running a lot of stuff myself here, so we weren't able to do it. But yeah, Sam Husseini, we're gonna try and reconnect and get him on. We just didn't have enough warning this time, so my apologies to to his team. But Sam Husseini, we're gonna have a chance to do this hopefully next week if we can get this locked in right. And do it in a thoughtful way where we're not flustered, I guess is the thing. So we'll get it done. And we always appreciate engagement with you guys because of the introducing us to new guests and stuff like that. And we've had viewers do that for us today. So we appreciate that. And we will be reaching out and booking some more cool guests on the show. We like having our regulars come back, obviously, and we like having repeat guests, but it's always nice when we meet somebody new. And we can be opened up to a whole new story, a whole new perspective, and we expand that way too. We become stronger when we make new relationships as we move forward. Okay, enough of that. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Thanks to our mods, Gabrielle. Thanks you. I know Leslie, you were helping from afar today. Thank you. We look forward to having you back next time. Thanks to both our co-hosts today. Craig Pasta, Jay Scott, wonderful conversations and all. And you can go check out that Twitter space we were talking about. That's on my Twitter right now. If you aren't following me on Twitter, you've seen my @ sign underneath my name all day long, which is cool. If you haven't done the subscription, the quick little, check, you check the subscribe button, and you can do that very easily on YouTube, which we need you guys to support on YouTube, because this channel has been up and down and all around town, but we still exist, and we have the right to exist. Guys, the THL Presents on YouTube. That's the Homeless Left on Rumble. Thanks for all the love and support. But might as well follow Homeless Left on X as well, not just Matt Weinglass, Homeless Left as well. And if you like Twitch, I think we're on there. I don't know how it works, but I think we're still live on Twitch right now. If you guys are on there, you might as well just type in the Homeless Left and get a little quick sub there. Check your subs too. If you already think you've subbed on these, you might not be listed as sub. I'm talking to you, YouTube. I know YouTube tends to sometimes, once in a while, takes your subs and goes, "Uh-oh, you're no longer subscribed." And that's weird, because we would never unsubscribe you. We wouldn't do that. So if you just check it, make sure it's cool. Thank you guys so much. We will see you next week. We might have something for you tomorrow, but I can't say what it is. If I can't say what it is and you won't hear from me, I'll let you know next week what it was, but I cannot officially announce it. It was going to be a surprise, and I was going to announce it today. I don't think I can. Actually, let me check my device and see, just in case I have a last minute announcement about it. No, I do not officially have the go ahead to announce it. Never mind. But whether it works out or doesn't work out, I'll tell you guys about it on Tuesday either way. So you'll find out Tuesday. We'll be back here, guys. The Homeless Left, Tuesdays and Thursdays, YouTube, Rumble, all afternoon. We'll see you next week for 2 more brand new shows. Segments are going up over the weekend. You can share them out, share out the ones you like from both of the shows from this week. Great episodes, great segments. It's all because of you. We appreciate you all. And remember, when you go out into the world, always go out with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. Here's your outro. A little, I would say, a clip show of memory lane of all the horrible things they told us, from the media down to us, bashing us for being COVID skeptics and vaccine skeptics, bashing the shit out of us. You can never erase it, because we have the clips forever, and they can pretend it never happened. Oh, it happened. Enjoy, and we'll see you next time. Power to the people. Free Palestine. We're out.
Unvaccinated who are the problem, period, end of story.
The only people that you can blame, this isn't shaming, this is the truth. Maybe they should be shamed, are the unvaccinated.
It's time to start blaming the unvaccinated folks, not the regular folks.
Anyone you came into contact with will blame you, as will the rest of us who have done the right thing by getting vaccinated.
Because frankly, we know that we can't trust the unvaccinated.
I think it's time to get our moral house in order, Anderson. It's the unvaccinated who are the threat.
All of us vaccinated folks are going to start wearing masks to protect the unvaccinated folks. It's called a Christian value.
You're basically punishing the vaccinated for the sins of the unvaccinated.
People are not behaving honorably. The unvaccinated are basically saying, well, it's open season for me. I can do whatever I want as well.
The unvaccinated are basically beating their breasts, running around the country saying, we don't care, we're living free, and so forth.
We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin.
The unvaccinated, a group that includes children and people acting like children. And the rest of us are starting to get pissed off.
The vaccinated feel the unvaccinated are making me upset or angry.
This is not about freedom or personal choice.
Well, my freedom is being kind of disturbed here. No. Screw your freedom.
The other day, Howard Stern weighed in with a much different approach. Take a look.
When are we going to stop putting up with the idiots in this country and just say, it's mandatory to get vaccinated? Their freedom.
But you're treading on our freedom, and you're making other people sick, and really you're killing other people.
The anti-vaxxers, they seem to have a thing for death and home remedies.
The anti-maskers turned anti-vaxxers are not just putting their own lives at risk. If that was the issue, we could just say that
We can watch them compete to win place or show in the Darwin Awards.
We have to start doing things for the greater good of society and not for idiots who think that they can do their own research.
And don't get me started on the lunatics who won't take any of the COVID vaccines.
Life is too short to be an ass. Life is way too short to be ignorant of the promise of something that is helping people worldwide.
Maybe you're doing it because you're disconnected or disorganized. Maybe you have some sympathetic psychological reasons. But maybe you're just being antisocial.
Oh, you can't shame them. You can't call them stupid. You can't call them silly. Yes, they are.
Those who are not vaccinated will end up paying the price.
The unvaccinated should be taxed. They should pay more for health care.
We need to start looking at the choice to remain unvaccinated the same as we look at driving while intoxicated.
We're going to see, and I've said, almost two types of America.
Dr. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices about who gets an ICU bed. And that choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack, yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo, rest in peace, Wheezy.
Pointing back to the unvaccinated who are really creating a problem in this country, every death that we are seeing from COVID could have been prevented.
Literally, the only people dying are the unvaccinated. And for those of you spreading misinformation, shame on you.